Chapter 6051. Lin Yi immediately felt relieved. He covered his face with the red dust manifestation and tried to change his appearance. Sure enough, there was no abnormality. This time, it was the appearance of Ling Yi with the Thousand Silk Mask. The original red dust manifestation did not have this face. He stretched out his finger and flicked the mask on his face a few times. On the surface, the reaction was exactly the same as a normal face. However, only Lin Yi knew that the strength he used was silently dissolved by the red dust manifestation. This defense was indeed very good. Not only that, when Lin Yi flicked the mask with his finger, he could faintly feel a trace of scorching flame fluctuation. Even if the intensity was not great, it was enough to surprise people. However, this was not the main point. The most beautiful thing was that the new red dust manifestation had a further improvement in disguise. Lin Yi could clearly feel that the current red dust manifestation could even be seen through by an expert at the early stage of sea-splitting. Brother Wong, you are really a genius in forging. The combination of the mask and the mask is so beautiful. Lin Yi praised, and with a single thought, he changed into another look without a sound. The speed of the transformation was faster and stealthier than before. As long as Brother Lin is satisfied, it is just a small matter. The tattered king looked proud, but he still waved his hand very modestly. Brother Wong, is there any difference in the use of these two upgraded tools? Lin Yi took off the mask and put it away with satisfaction. Then, he asked the question he was most concerned about. There is no difference, Brother Lin. Just use it according to the previous method. The tattered king was very conceited. If he casually changed the way he used it, wouldn't he not be able to show his ability? He just further optimized the original way of using it. For example, the speed of changing the face in a mask would not have any impact on Lin Yi's habits. Great! This time, I really thank Brother Wong. I still have something to do, so I will go first. I will come back to find Brother Wong after a period of time. Take care. Lin Yi did not continue to delay. Li Zhengming was still waiting for him to talk about the Qiushui manor. So, he immediately cupped his hands and bid farewell. There is no need for thanks between us. If you have something to do, just go ahead. The Ghost Speed Wings will be finished in a few days. Remember to come and get it. The tattered king casually cupped his hands and said to Lin Yi and Languza. If he had not waited for Lin Yi to come and get the things, he would have already started refining the Ghost Speed Wings. Now that the things had been handed over, he was naturally itching to start refining immediately. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He knew what the Trash King was thinking like the back of his hand. He nodded slightly and left with Languza. After exiting the cave, both of them rushed to Clear Cloud Pavilion at full speed. Moments later, they arrived at Lin Yi's residence. Surprisingly, Li Zhengming was not there yet. After exiting the cave, the two rushed to the Blue Cloud Pavilion at full speed. Soon, they arrived at Lin Yi's residence. Surprisingly, Li Zhengming had not arrived yet. Boss, it seems that Brother Li Zhengming is very kind. He knows that I like to eat, so he's buy a lot of food. He has not returned yet. Lin Yi smiled faintly, not bothering with the foodie. His consciousness spread out in the direction of the soaring pavilion to see if Li Zhengming was still on the way. Unfortunately, there was no trace of Li Zhengming along the way. Perhaps he really went to buy food for Languza? With this thought in mind, Lin Yi sat down and waited at ease. If Li Zhengming really went to buy food, it should not take long, and he would be back soon. There was a restriction against divine sense in the market area. It was not convenient for Lin Yi to break it by force. Otherwise, he would be able to determine his location. After waiting for a while, Li Zhengming still did not return. Lin Yi had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Previously, Li Zhengming looked so anxious. Obviously, he was very concerned about the Qiushui villa. How could he delay so much time because of Languza's casual words? Previously, Li Zhengming and Languza did not know each other at all. Naturally, he did not know how big Languza's appetite was. At most, he would buy food for 4 or 5 people. He would not buy a lot of food, as Languza thought. Languza, come with me to find Li Zhongming. Lin, he suddenly stood up with a serious expression. Under normal circumstances, Li Zhongming should have been waiting for Lin Yi. Now that there was no trace of him, it was hard to say whether someone had secretly attacked him when he was investigating the Qiushui Villa incident. Okay. Languza did not say anything else and quickly stood up. Although he did not know why Lin Yi was suddenly so nervous, he always carried out his boss's orders without asking for the reason. Just as the two of them walked out of the door, a Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple rushed over. When he saw Lin Yi, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. He increased his speed and rushed in front of the two of them with cupped fists and bowed. Senior brother Lin Yi, you really came back. Please hurry and save senior brother Li Zhongming. The Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple did not have the time to catch his breath. His breathing was a little chaotic as he spoke. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and shot out a stream of true qi to help the Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple adjust his breathing. Don't be anxious. Tell me where Li Zhongming is. When senior brother Li was buying food, for some reason, he got into a conflict with the Zhou family. After that, they broke his arms and legs and took him away. I saw it from afar. Although I wanted to help senior brother Li, I was too weak. If I went up, I would only be sending myself to death. This Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple was only a golden core stage cultivator. If Li Zhongming's arms and legs were broken and taken away, he would only be sending himself to death. It was better for him to come back and ask for help. Who is the Zhou family? How dare they injure my Languza's brother? Before Lin Yi could say anything, Languza had already roared in anger. Li Zhongming had gotten into trouble because he went to buy food for him. Naturally, this guy thought that this matter was caused by him. Even if it had nothing to do with him, his boss's little brother was still his brother. He absolutely could not tolerate his brother being bullied. When the Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple felt the aura that erupted from Languza, his knees immediately weakened. He almost fell to the ground. Even if it was not directed at him, a strand of qi released by a mountain opening stage cultivator was enough to crush him. Fortunately, Lin Yi acted in time to protect this disciple. He did not let him be affected by Languza's aura. Languza, calm down first. Lin Yi raised his hand to stop Languza from continuing to roar. Right now, he needed to know where Li Zhongming went. Junior brother, where is the Zhou family? Chapter 6052. Senior brother Lin. The Zhou family is one of the aristocratic families on the North Island. Their disciples are distributed among the 3 pavilions. They are considered a relatively good family on the North Island. Their ancestral home is in Sunset Hill, north of the island. The Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple did not dare to be negligent and pointed out the direction to Lin Yi. Lin Yi knew that the Zhou family was just an ordinary aristocratic family. The so-called relatively good family from the Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple's mouth could not be compared to the hidden ancient aristocratic family. Even if it was an ancient aristocratic family, if they dared to touch Lin Yi's little brother like this, they would not be able to live in peace, let alone an ordinary aristocratic family. Was Li Zhongming taken away by someone from the Zhou family? Did he go to Sunset Hill or somewhere else? Lin Yi looked coldly in the direction of Sunset Hill to determine Li Zhongming's whereabouts. This, senior brother Lin, I only saw the Zhou family take senior brother Li away. I really don't know where he was taken. The ones who took senior brother Li should be Zhou Yinqing and a few guard from the Zhou family. The Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple, who had calmed down, looked a little ashamed. In fact, he did not dare to get too close to the Zhou family and rushed back to report the news. He really did not know where Li Zhongming was taken. It doesn't matter. We will look one place at a time. Is there any property of the Zhou family near the place where Li Zhongming was taken? Lin Yi originally wanted to go to Sunset Hill directly, but after thinking about it, he felt that Li Zhongming might not have been taken to Sunset Hill. The matter of settling accounts could be delayed. The urgent matter was to rescue Li Zhongming. Yes, there's a restaurant there. It is the property of the Zhou family. Senior brother Li is likely to be taken to the restaurant. The Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple nodded immediately. He was very familiar with the area, so there was no need to think about it. Thank you, junior brother. Here is a small gift for you. Lin Yi casually tossed a jade bottle to the Blue Cloud Pavilion disciple, then turned to Languza, signaling him to follow. The disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion, who had just caught the jade bottle, raised his head and saw that Lin Yi and Languza had already disappeared on the spot like ghosts. When he looked again, they had already appeared hundreds of meters away. While admiring Lin Yi and Languza in his heart, he opened the jade bottle and took a look. Immediately, he was wild with joy. There were actually 3 top-grade gold cores inside, just enough for him to advance to Gold Core Paragon. Senior brother Lin Yi's forthright and generous reputation was indeed well-deserved. In fact, for Lin Yi, the current gold core was not worth mentioning at all. With the Sea Beast Niden as the main material, it was too easy to refine a gold core. So what if he gave a few as a thank you gift? Lin Yi was so anxious that he almost used the lightning evasion technique. If it were not for the fact that he might have to fight a big battle later and needed enough physical strength, he would really not hold back to buy time. Even so, the two of them still arrived at the market area in the shortest time possible. As soon as they entered the area, Lin Yi's divine sense swept out without any scruples and instantly found the location of Zhouxiang Restaurant. There! Lin Yi shouted in a low voice and took the lead to change direction. Languza did not say a word and followed closely behind Lin Yi. After a few breaths, Lin Yi and Languza stood outside the entrance of Zhouxiang Restaurant. Although the location was not bad, it was not a particularly prosperous area. From this, it could be seen that the Zhou family status in the North Island was indeed ordinary. "Boss, leave it to me," Languza volunteered. This time, it was not a fight for the sake of fighting. Li Zhongming was caught, and this guy was really angry. Lin Yi didn't say anything, only nodding slightly. Languza immediately took a step forward, swinging his fist and slamming the door of the restaurant. A waiter on the other side had wanted to come out and greet him with a smile, but his face paled instantly, screaming as he ran back into the restaurant. With a loud bang, the door of Zhouxiang Restaurant was completely broken. Languza had held back, otherwise the waiter would not have been able to escape at all. Lin Yi's divine awareness broke through the gap of the restriction that Languza had blasted and crazily searched for traces of Li Zhongming in the restaurant. The restriction on divine awareness in this restaurant was actually not strong. Without Languza's destruction, Lin Yi could tear the restriction with his divine awareness, so the internal obstacles were instantly broken by him. The restaurant also reacted very quickly. Within 2 or 3 breaths after the door was broken, 5 or 6 cultivators had rushed out. Unfortunately, the strongest one was only at the middle stage of Yuanying realm, and the rest were at the Gold Core realm. Such ant-like existences were useless no matter how many came. As for the diners in the restaurant, they did not panic, but just avoided the range of the door, retreated to the corner, and looked out curiously. Probably they had never seen such a situation of fighting at the door, and they felt it was very fresh in their hearts. If he dared to make a move in this area, he would definitely be breaking the rules of the North Island. Most of these onlookers were thinking that even if Languza had a powerful background, it would be very difficult for him to settle this peacefully. The people from the law enforcement hall would arrive in no time, and there would not be any danger for him to stay here. "Bold madman, how dare you behave atrociously in our restaurant? Don't you know what this place is?" The middle stage Yuanying realm cultivator was ready to fight as soon as he came out, but after seeing Languza and Lin Yi, his heart quivered and immediately suppressed the idea of fighting and turned into a fierce but cowardly shout. It was not that this guy saw the power of Lin Yi and Lin Yi, but that this guy could not see the power of the 2 young people in front of him at all. Under normal circumstances, even if it was a master in the early stage of profound ascension, he could clearly distinguish it at a glance. Could it be that these 2 people were far beyond the early stage of profound ascension? He did not think that Lin Yi and Lin Yi were ordinary people. Just Languza's punch that broke the door and destroyed the hidden restriction was definitely not something that could be done easily. "Are you F***ing stupid? I don't know what kind of place this is. Would I come and trouble you?" Languza reached out and grabbed the neck of the middle-stage Yuanying realm cultivator, lifted him up like a chicken, and sprayed a mouthful of saliva on the poor guy's face. The middle-stage Yuanying realm cultivator's face suddenly turned red. His legs kicked powerlessly, and his heart was already cold. These two people were really masters far beyond his perception range. Even in the Zhou family, there were not many such strong people. The rest of the gold core stage cultivators were completely scared, and they stood there like cicadas in winter. They didn't know what to do. The strongest among them didn't even have the ability to resist, and was so casually carried. If it was anyone else, wouldn't they be crushed to death with a finger? Lin Yi's face was as cold as frost. He glanced at those guys and asked coldly, "Where is Zhou Yinxing?" Chapter 6053. The cultivators looked at each other with trepidation, and no one had the courage to speak first. Zhou Yinxing's status in the Zhou family was not low. Whoever dared to betray him would never have a good result. The boss asks, "You don't answer. What are you looking at?" Languza screamed and used a lot of strength in his hand. The neck of the Yuanying middle stage who was pinched was suddenly broken, and he died with extreme suffocation. In fact, this guy wanted to answer Lin Yi's question. In the current situation, he could save his life. How could he care about the accounts after the fall? But Languza pinched him so that he couldn't even speak. He didn't have a chance to surrender. In the end, he was killed by Languza. This death was really unjust. Two seniors, Steward Zhou, didn't come to the restaurant. We really don't know where he is. If the two seniors want to find him, it is better to go to Luoxia Hill. A Jidon stage cultivator could no longer care about anything else and quickly stood up to answer Lin Yi's question. The death of the Yuanying middle stage was too strong for them. In the choice of dying now or dying later, this guy did not hesitate to choose the latter. With someone taking the lead, the others suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately nodded in agreement. Anyway, they had to send the two gods of death away. As for who would be unlucky after going to Luoxia Hill, it was none of their business. Lin, he was secretly disappointed. Zhou Yinxing was not here. Li Jingming would definitely not be here. It seemed that he should have gone to Luoxia Hill first. He only hoped that Li Jingming would be fine for the time being. The only reason that could make Lin Yi feel at ease was that Zhou Yinxing took away Li Jingming. At least for a short time, he would not kill him. Otherwise, there would be no need to be so troublesome. But it was difficult to guarantee that this guy would not kill Li Jingming. Languza, let's go to Luoxia Hill. Lin Yi turned and walked away. Now time is life. In case something happened to Li Jingming, it would be too late to regret. Stop right there. After breaking the doors of our Zhou Xiang restaurant and killing our people, you think you can just leave like that? A loud shout suddenly rang out, and at the same time, an astonishing aura burst out. Peak middle stage, profound ascension. Along with this shout, a violent attack blasted towards Lin Yi's back. Perhaps the guy who came out felt that Lin Yi was easier to deal with, so he didn't choose to attack Languza. Lin Yi didn't want to pay attention to this guy at all. Right now, it was more important to save Li Jingming. He was only at the peak of the profound ascension middle stage, and he would barely be able to raise his level. But Languza couldn't stand it. What kind of thing was this? It actually dared to sneak attack boss from behind. It simply didn't know how to write the word death. In a flash, Languza appeared in front of the peak profound ascension middle stage cultivator who had just come out. The sneak attack on Lin Yi had long been dispersed by him, and with a casual stretch of his hand, he grabbed the guy's neck and lifted him up. "Are you King courting death? You dare to sneak attack my boss. Who do you think you are?" Languza lifted the peak profound ascension middle stage cultivator and shook him with all his might. The Oris core stage fellows on the side were dumbfounded once again, afraid to see another expert with his neck broken. This was a peak profound ascension middle stage expert. But why was it no different from the nascent soul middle stage expert just now? And he was even grabbed by the neck with a single slap? Just what kind of strength did this big man with blue and golden hair have? Languza, don't waste time. Hurry up and kill him. Go to Sunset Hill and save him. Lin Yi coldly looked at the peak profound ascension middle stage cultivator in Languza's hand. This was a short and fat old man with a round face and no beard. He seemed to be a member of the Zhou clan. For an enemy who dared to sneak attack him, he didn't have any mercy. "Okay, boss." Languza agreed and was about to crush this idiot old man who thought he was very strong. "Stop! The law enforcement hall is here. Everyone stop." Suddenly, there were 5 figures approaching quickly from afar. Before they arrived, their voices had already been heard from afar. Languza didn't care whether it was the law enforcement hall or the commandment hall. If it was cotton candy, it would still be able to arouse his interest. Anyway, the boss's words were everything. "Languza, stop for a moment." He frowned slightly. At the last moment, he stopped Languza from killing him. It didn't matter to others, but he still had to give face to the law enforcement hall. After all, this was Ram Jia's territory. He didn't want to make things too unpleasant with this guy. No matter what, he was someone that Shanghai Tianhua valued. Languza's fingers had almost sunk into the short and fat old man's neck. If he was a moment slower, the old man would be dead. "How dare you? You dare to commit murder in front of our law enforcement hall? Put shopkeeper Zhou down immediately and follow us to the law enforcement hall to be punished. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as the 5 law enforcement hall people came over, the leader roared and pointed his weapon at and Languza. Although none of the 5 of them could compare to the short and fat old man carried by Languza, as a member of the law enforcement hall, they naturally had a trump card to face the strong. Lin Yi's face sank. Although these 5 people were performing their duties, this attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. The 5 people stood in a specific position, forming a simple trap and kill array, surrounding and Zhou Tianhua. At the same time, the weapons in their hands had a faint effect of suppressing strength. If he was only an ordinary profound ascension late stage peak, he might be suppressed to around the profound ascension early stage. The law enforcement hall really had some tricks up their sleeves. Unfortunately, they encountered and Languza. These methods did not have any effect at all. Languza was a mutated sea serpent at the opening mountain period, and he was no ordinary practitioner at the peak of the late stage of mystic ascension either. His divine sense only needed to sweep slightly, and he was able to completely remove that suppressive power. Not even a trace of it remained. "Shopkeeper Zhou, are you okay? Don't worry. We will save you right away." The leading law enforcement hall deacon comforted the short and fat old man loudly, and then turned to and Languza and shouted, "Still not giving up. Do you want to defy the law enforcement hall? I will count to 3. If you don't let him go, you will be killed without mercy." How impressive. The law enforcement hall is really amazing. I want to ask, before my friend was injured and taken away by Zhou Nianxing of the Zhou family, where was your law enforcement hall? He sneered and looked at the law enforcement hall deacon with an unkind expression. Chapter 6054. We don't know what you're talking about. We'll investigate it later. Now you're picking a quarrel. Don't force us to take action. The deacon softened a little. Obviously, he knew about Li Zhengming, so he felt a little guilty when he spoke. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. The people of the law enforcement hall knew that Li Zhengming was injured and taken away, but they didn't show up to stop it. Did they collude with the Zhou family? "Languza, let's go. Take the short fat man with us." With suspicion in his heart, he didn't want to talk nonsense with these people of the law enforcement hall. He changed his mind and didn't kill the short fat old man. Instead, he took him as a hostage, thinking that maybe he could exchange him for Li Zhengming. Since this short and stout old man was the shopkeeper of Zhouxiang restaurant, and his surname was Zhou, he should be an important member of the Zhou clan. The value of exchanging him for Li Zhengming was enough. After rescuing Li Zhengming, it wouldn't be too late to settle the score with the Zhou clan. "How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of the law enforcement hall? Did I let you go? Today, you can only go to the prison of the law enforcement hall. Follow us. Once you resist, we'll kill you." The deacon of the law enforcement hall roared angrily. It was the first time for him to be ignored like this. In the North Island, The law enforcement hall was a very aloof existence, and the top management of the three pavilions would not be so rude. I'm going to save people. This should be the business of the law enforcement hall, but now you want me to do it. When it's over, I'll go to Ramjia and ask him if the law enforcement hall has changed its surname to Zhou. Linny snorted and turned to leave. If these guys dared to take action, he was not afraid that Ramjia would turn against him. Languza naturally carried the short, fat old man and followed behind Lin Yi. At the same time, he stared at the 5 people of the law enforcement hall with an unkind face. The leading law enforcement hall deacon felt a chill in his heart. He did have dealings with the Zhou family, and he had received a lot of benefits from them. If this matter was reported to the higher-ups, the result would be unpredictable. If this guy knew Lin Yi, he wouldn't be so partial to the Zhou family. However, Lin Yi had been away for 2 or 3 years. Although he was famous in the North Island, not many people really knew him. These people from the law enforcement hall didn't know Lin Yi. Because of this, they made the worst decision to attack and capture Lin Yi. The leading law enforcement hall deacon didn't know whether Lin Yi really knew Ramjia or not. Anyway, as long as he brought Ramjia in the law enforcement hall, he could decide how to deal with Ramjia later. Therefore, he directly launched an attack on Lin Yi without even greeting him, let alone counting to 3. At this time, the 5 people were in a linked formation. After the leader launched an attack, the remaining 4 people would naturally cooperate to attack. 5 genuine chi intertwined to form a genuine chi net, falling directly on Lin Yi. They also saw that between Lin Yi and Languza was just a follower, so as long as they could control Lin Yi, they could easily win. Lin Yi had expected their attack. With a shake of his body, he turned back and rushed into the encirclement of the 5 people. His raging fire 8 diagrams palm suddenly shot out. To be honest, these 5 guys from the law enforcement hall were somewhat powerful when they joined forces. But in the eyes of Lin Yi, it was nothing. One raging fire 8 diagrams palm was enough to solve the problem. The net-like attack formed by the 5 streaks of true chi was swept away by the raging flames. Not even a trace of residue was left. Not only that, the deacon de front was also hit in the chest, and a crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. This guy was directly sent flying, and the people behind him were sent flying back. The raging flame aftermath did not target anyone. But once the formation was broken, the remaining 3 people couldn't even withstand this degree of aftermath. They all spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered a few steps back, and then collapsed to the ground. I'll spare your lives first. We'll settle the accounts later. Lin Yi withdrew his attack and retreated. After leaving a cold sentence, he quickly swept towards the sunset hill with Languza, leaving behind horrified gazes as they watched the 2 of them disappear into the distance in awe. The surrounding onlookers were all wondering who this ruthless man was. He even dared to beat the people of the law enforcement hall, although he didn't kill a single one of them. The deacon who led the group was only left with his last breath. Who knew when he would die? After someone who knew Lin Yi revealed his identity, everyone suddenly felt that this matter was very normal. After all, he could become a legendary figure of the younger generation. He was definitely not a simple person. Then everyone felt that the Zhou family of the Sunset Hill seemed to be unlucky. Lin Yi and Languza stood outside the gate of the Zhou family. They also felt that the Zhou family would be very unlucky today. No matter why they injured and captured Li Zhongming, they wouldn't be able to get away with it easily today. The ancient aristocratic families in the North Island must have strong masters at the sea-splitting stage, and the second level also had masters at the earth-opening stage. As for the Zhou family, it was just an ordinary aristocratic family. They only relied on many disciples in the 3 pavilions. The real masters were at most at the mountain opening stage. For Lin Yi, the mountain opening stage was really no match for him. If the Zhou family didn't have an earth opening stage, Languza alone was enough to wipe out the Zhou family. Not to mention, there were 2 thugs at the mountain opening stage on the beach, waiting for Lin Yi to assign tasks to them, so that they could fight for the opportunity to detoxify the poison as soon as possible. Boss, shall we fight our way in? Or shall we call them out here? Languza was still carrying the short and fat old shopkeeper Joe. This time, he was afraid that he would accidentally kill him again, so he was very careful to grab his collar so that the old man had a chance to breathe. However, the short and fat old man's cultivation was completely sealed, so he couldn't even speak, let alone resist. Lin Yi's divine sense completely enveloped the sunset mound and carefully observed it. The Zhou family's villa had a defense formation, but the level was not high. It was only a level 5 defense formation. Lin Yi's formation skills had improved again. Although he could only arrange a level 3 formation, he could also see through a level 5 formation. It was a little difficult to break the formation, but he could barely get in and out. It's too passive to wait for them to come out. Let's fight our way in. Lin Yi smiled faintly. As long as he could go in, it was naturally safer to go in and save people. Anyway, it was only a level 5 formation, which couldn't trap them. Okay, boss, just watch me. Languza suddenly looked happy. He liked this kind of thing the most. In addition, there was the factor of saving Li Zhengming. This guy was definitely 100 times more spirited. He strode to the gate of the Zhou family's villa. Chapter 6055. In fact, at this time, the report of the incident at Zhouxiang restaurant was about to arrive. However, Lin Yi and Zhouxiang were too fast. They were completely ahead of the Zhou clan's defenses. Languza couldn't be bothered with such a small character. He casually punched the door and smashed it into pieces. The Zhou clan's defensive spirit array was usually at its lowest consumption. As the entrance and exit, the door was in a defenseless state before it was fully opened. Therefore, Languza was able to easily destroy it. Following the sound of the alarm, a layer of light flashed on the dilapidated door. Immediately, a faint layer of light enveloped the entire manor. The defensive spirit array that was at its lowest consumption state was instantly activated. Languza's second punch landed on the faint layer of light. It created ripples, but it couldn't cause any damage to the manor behind the light layer. Languza, hit here, Lenny called out. A lightning arc instantly appeared on a point on the light layer. Languza didn't say anything. He punched with all his strength and followed the lightning arc. After a single punch, a crack as tall as a person appeared. Boss, you're really amazing. You found the entrance so quickly. Languza laughed and praised. Then, he carried shopkeeper Zhou and entered the crack. Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't say anything as he followed them in. This defensive spirit array had just been activated to its full capacity. The energy hadn't been stable yet. Therefore, the entrance was easily opened. After it stabilized, Languza would need to punch at least 5 or 6 times in order to achieve the same effect. The Zhou clan member who had fallen behind the dilapidated door was shocked. He didn't expect that the defensive spirit array wouldn't be able to stop the intruders for even a breath's time. Although there were many spirit arrays behind the door, since the defensive spirit array couldn't stop the intruders, the spirit array inside was at most of the same grade. It would be very difficult to stop the 2 intruders. Seeing that the situation was far from good, this fellow immediately crawled up and ran inside without a care for his life. He was probably going to inform the Zhou clan to prepare their strongest defensive force, right? Lenny did not care about such a small fry. He overtook Languza from behind and led the way. After a few turns, they successfully walked out of the first defensive formation and entered the gates of the Zhou clan's manor house. Of course, the gates no longer existed. Boss, the Zhou family's house is quite beautiful. Why don't we snatch it and get it to brother Li Jingming to help him calm down? What do you think? As soon as Languza entered the restaurant, he planned to give this place to Li Jingming. In the future, it would be natural for him to come over and freeload for food. He could enjoy the scenery and the delicacies. What a joy! Let's save Li Zhengming first. Lenny did not expect this fellow to have such thoughts. His divine sense was already constantly breaking through the restrictions that restricted his search. He began to forcibly search for Li Zhengming's whereabouts. However, before he could find Li Zhengming, he discovered that more than a dozen experts from the Zhou clan had already gathered and were rushing in this direction. To be exact, The two sides were about to meet in this large courtyard. Boss, there are quite a lot of these fellows, but they're all trash. You can go find Brother Li Zhongming. Leave this trash to me, Languza, to clean up. Languza also discovered these people coming over. He looked slightly excited. Fighting was as fascinating as eating delicious food. If he could eat and fight at the same time, that would definitely be the most wonderful thing in the world. The only thing that could be more wonderful than this was perhaps wearing super handsome clothes and fighting while eating delicious food. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Lenny stopped in his tracks and waved his hand to signal Languza not to speak. Then, he looked at the 13 people approaching quickly. These two friends, why did you break my Zhou clan's mountain gate and capture our restaurant shopkeeper? Did we offend you in some way? The old man in front had a gloomy expression, but he still forced a smile and asked politely. Among the 13 people, besides the old man who spoke, who was at the peak of the early mountain opening stage, there was also a middle-aged woman who was also at the early mountain opening stage. The rest, without exception, were all profound ascension stage and nascent soul stage cultivators. This kind of strength was not bad outside, but Lin Yi did not even have the interest to fight. They were really too weak. Only Languza could even fight against profound stage opponents. Nascent soul stage and profound ascension stage were no problem at all. Who is Zhou Yinqing? He captured my brother Li Zhongming. Hand him over immediately, and I can return this short and fat old man to you. As long as you give reasonable compensation, I will not pursue your fault. Lin Yi put his hands behind his back and stood upright. He looked at them indifferently and gave them a chance to live. The old man's expression darkened. He sneered. So you are the accomplices of the Qiushui Villa's remnants. Since that is the case, don't leave today. Go and accompany your brother. Before he finished speaking, the formation in the villa started to activate. There was a level 5 trap and kill formation in the courtyard. The reason why the Zhou clan hurried over was to stop Lin Yi and Zhou Yinqing here, so that they could use the trap and kill formation to deal with them. Although Lin Yi had shown his decent formation skills when he entered the defense formation, this level 5 trap and kill formation was not ordinary. As long as they could trap them for a few breaths of time, the 13 of them would definitely be able to kill the 2 of them. At first, the old man of the Zhou clan wanted to probe Lin Yi's background, so he was polite to him. Now that he knew that Lin Yi was Li Zhongming's accomplices, he was not interested in pretending. When the trap and kill formation was activated, the 13 experts of the Zhou clan also attacked together. Lin Yi sneered. If he was alone, it would be difficult to find a way out of the level 5 trap and kill formation quickly and safely. But with the Ghost, an Earth-level formation master, the level 5 formation was not worth mentioning at all. When the 13 people of the Zhou clan launched the formation, Lin Yi threw out several ordinary formation flags to delay the activation of the level 5 trap and kill formation for a while. If he had more advanced formation flags, he could even use this formation to attack the Zhou clan under the guidance of the Ghost. It was a pity that Lin Yi only had the ordinary formation flags he bought. When he came to the North Island to get the Ghost Speed Wings next time, it seemed that he had to ask the King of Rags to refine some advanced formation flags for backup. Languza, do it! Lin Yi shouted in a low voice and rushed to the Zhou clan first. He wanted to take them down before the formation was activated. Chapter 6056. Hearing Lin Yi's call, Languza also rushed forward and threw Shopkeeper Zhou as a weapon towards the enemy. Thinking about how he carried the shopkeeper all the way here but didn't get to use it, Languza felt a bit unlucky. Not good. The formation isn't activated. Retreat. The old man who spoke before realized that something was wrong and immediately turned around to retreat. However, the only one who could keep up with his speed was the middle-aged woman at the early mountain opening stage. The other 11 profound ascending stage and nascent soul stage cultivators of the Zhou clan had already rushed forward. It was too late for them to retreat. Lin Yi and Languza didn't use any profound martial skills at all. They just used simple punches and kicks. In the blink of an eye, they had taken down all 11 profound ascending stage cultivators. Including shopkeeper Zhou, 12 people were lying on the ground. There was no one left alive. Since Lin Yi could say that they were the remnants of the Qiushui villa, what was there to be polite about? After today, the Zhou clan would completely disappear. The remaining old man and middle-aged woman from the Zhou clan felt cold. They knew their own strength very well. If they wanted to kill 12 profound ascending stage and nascent soul stage cultivators, they would at least need to use martial skills. It would definitely be impossible for them to kill 12 profound ascending stage and nascent soul stage cultivators as easily as Lin Yi and Languza. In other words, the two of them staying here was probably just to make the other party slightly more serious. The speed at which they died shouldn't be much slower than the 12 clan members. With this realization, the two of them madly used their Jin Qi. Even if it would leave behind a huge hidden danger, they didn't care. Right now, as long as they could escape from this courtyard, they might be able to save their lives. However, the next moment, the two mountain opening stage cultivators from the Zhou clan fell into the abyss of despair. This was because Lin Yi had already appeared in front of them like a ghost and was looking at them mockingly. The old man in front made up his mind and used his strongest martial skill to try and force Lin Yi to retreat. No matter what, he had to open up a path to escape. Although the middle-aged woman was frightened, she hesitated for a moment and quickly cooperated with the old man's attack. "Have you all forgotten that I'm here? How can you find my boss for something like a fight?" Languza suddenly appeared between the two of them. He chuckled softly and spread his hand apart. The two men from the Zhou family felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Lin Yi and Languza's speed was so astonishing that even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to outrun the two of them. The only way to survive was to kill one of them first, then deal with the other. The old man's attack abruptly changed its direction and changed its target to Languza. The middle-aged woman, however, was unable to immediately understand his intentions. She dodged Languza's palm while continuing to attack Lin Yi. Languza stretched out his hands and made a circle. The two men's attacks suddenly lost their aim. They were involuntarily pulled by an invisible force and collided together in the air. Lin Yi stood motionless in front. The aftermath of those attacks didn't affect him at all. After Languza dealt with these attacks, he easily controlled the two men with one hand. "Boss, do you want to kill these two?" Languza grabbed the two men's necks and easily carried them in front of Lin Yi. If it wasn't for the emergency treatment of Li Jingming, this guy would have been able to deal with them for a long time. But now, he didn't have the slightest bit of sloppiness. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with this. "Where are Zhou Nianqing and Li Jingming? Tell me, and I will let the women and children of the Zhou family live. If you don't tell me, the Zhou family will be destroyed." Lin Yi's face was extremely cold. Although he didn't mean to kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children, it was still effective to scare the two men. As expected, the old man and the middle-aged woman's faces changed greatly. Languza loosened his hands so that they could speak. "You can't do this. This is the North Island. The law enforcement hall will never agree to kill the whole family." As soon as the old man caught his breath, he immediately shouted loudly. Unfortunately, this was not the answer Lin Yi wanted to hear. A palm with a residual shadow slapped the old man's face, making a clear slap. Lin Yi didn't use true qi, but the ordinary force knocked out two of the old man's teeth, and half of his face quickly became red and swollen. "My patience is limited. Don't talk nonsense with me." Lin Yi withdrew his palm and turned to the middle-aged woman with cold eyes. "You tell me. Otherwise, the Zhou family will be the next Qiushui villa." The middle-aged woman couldn't help shivering and hurriedly said, "The Zhou family has nothing to do with the Qiushui villa. You can't vent your anger on the Zhou family." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes pierced the middle-aged woman's heart like needles. She just realized that she still seemed to be talking nonsense and didn't directly answer Lin Yi's question. The reason why he didn't get slapped like the old man was probably that Lin Yi was not used to hitting women, but this kind of preferential treatment obviously couldn't last long. Zhou Nianqing didn't return to the Zhou family. He just sent someone to send a message, saying that he caught the fish that escaped the net of Chioshui Villa. What I said is true. It's just a waste of time if you want to find the person you want to find here. So my boss asked you, where on earth did that bastard Zhou Yinqing take my brother? If you say another word of nonsense, do you believe that I won't tear you apart? Languza roared and used the old man's head to hit the middle-aged woman's head. These two people's cultivation was sealed, and their bodies were only a bit stronger than ordinary people. After being hit by Languza, they immediately felt dizzy and almost fainted. Languza, be gentle. I still have questions to ask. Lin, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, this guy held back his strength. Otherwise, these two people's heads would have exploded. Languza smiled embarrassedly and quickly shook his arms a few times to wake the two people up as soon as possible. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. The next sentence is not the answer I want. The Zhou family will be destroyed, and I will search your souls. Linny returned to his cold tone and raised his hand to point between the middle-aged woman's eyebrows. The devouring power of the primordial spirit was not released, but it was enough to make the woman feel that her primordial spirit was about to leave her body. Was it really the soul-searching technique? Chapter 6057. Zhou Yinqing took the man he caught to the Leaf family. This really has nothing to do with our Zhou family. It's all Zhou Yinqing's doing. Senior, please let us live. The middle-aged woman was sweating like rain and her lips were trembling, but she did not dare to fight. As for saying that it had nothing to do with the Zhou family, Lin, you would not believe it at all. If it really had nothing to do with them, he would not have said the words of the remnants of Chioshui Villa just now. In the massacre of Chioshui Villa, even if the Zhou family was not the main culprit, it must be an accomplice. Which Li family? Where is it? Lin, he frowned slightly. He had not found Li Zhengming in 2 places in a row. A lot of time had been wasted. If it went on like this, it would be difficult to guarantee his safety. Li Shuigao's family in the North Island's Elders' Council. The Li family's villa is in the west of the North Island. Go in that direction and you can see it. The middle-aged woman did not dare to have the slightest neglect. She quickly finished her words and then looked at Lin uneasily, hoping that he could go to the Li family to find trouble and let go of the Zhou family. Languza, destroy the old man and take this woman to the Li family. Lin, he had no time to delay. The Zhou family must be eliminated, but compared with Li Zhengming, it was not a big deal. After rescuing the main person, he would decide how to deal with it. Anyway, the elites of the Zhou family had been wiped out. It didn't matter to deal with them sooner or later. Languza agreed and simply destroyed the old man's cultivation. Then he carried the middle-aged woman and flew to the west of the North Island with Lin Yi. Tell me about the Li family situation. Lin Yi's true qi blocked all the gale in front of him and turned to look at the middle-aged woman in Languza's hand. He took her with him because he wanted to get some information before he arrived at the Li family. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one be invincible. The situation in the North Island was quite complicated. Lin, he didn't want to know nothing about the enemy, which was not good for rescuing Li Zhengming. The middle-aged woman had accepted her fate and answered quite cooperatively. The Li family is a new family that has risen in recent years. The most powerful one is Li Shuigao, the family master. It is said that he has reached the peak of the mountain opening realm, or even the early stage of the earth opening realm. He is a very powerful one in the North Island's Elders Club. Lin, he immediately felt relieved. If it was just this strength, Languza would be able to deal with it. It seemed that rescuing Li Zhengming was not as difficult as he had imagined. In particular, this Li family was just a newly risen family. It lacked a deep heritage, and it didn't have an old monster at the sea-splitting stage behind it. It couldn't be considered as terrifying. This Li Shuigao is the mastermind of the extermination case of Chioshui Villa. In fact, many people know about this, but everyone has a tacit understanding. Speaking of which, Li Shuigao is the adopted son of the owner of Chioshui Villa. The owner treated him well in the beginning. I don't know what happened, but later he took people to exterminate Chioshui Villa. The middle-aged woman was very cooperative and told him all these secrets. Maybe she hoped that she could move Lin Yi with this attitude and finally ask for a way out. Li Shuai is indeed an ungrateful and despicable person. I heard that he is a junior of the family of the wife of the owner of Qiushui Villa. Because his family fell, he came to the wife of the owner of Qiushui Villa. That's why he was adopted and treated as his own son. Who knew that he would bring such a terrible disaster in the end? The middle-aged woman said as she stole a glance at Lin Yi, showing a very sad expression. Lin Yi suddenly understood. Li Zhongming's original name was Qiu Jiming, and his enemy was Li Shuai. Why did he change his surname to Li instead of another surname? It turned out that it wasn't to remember his enemy, but because his mother's surname was Li. Was Li Shuai already so powerful a dozen years ago? Lin Yi suddenly thought of this problem. If Li Shuai was already at the mountain opening stage, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to secretly replace Li Zhongming's father as the owner of Qiushui Villa. Why did he have to create a scandal of massacring his benefactor's entire family? The middle-aged woman was slightly startled. Her actual age was naturally far from middle-aged. It was just that she was already middle-aged when she could slow down the aging process. So, she really knew a lot about the things that happened a dozen or 2 decades ago. For example, when Qiushui Villa was not destroyed, she just happened to know how strong Li Shuai was. In fact, at that time, Li Shuai was just a nobody, and his strength was far from being on par with hers. It was quite a coincidence that she knew of Li Shuai, so there was no need to mention it. However, in just a few decades, Li Shuai had turned from an ant that could only look up to her into an expert that she had to look up to. Thinking about it carefully, it was really incredible. At that time, Li Shuai's strength was only at the early nascent soul stage. He was just a talented young elite. Compared to me, who was at the peak of the late mysterious ascension stage, he was not even worth mentioning. Even in Qiushui Villa, he was not a particularly powerful expert. I just didn't expect him to soar to the sky. Perhaps he had some kind of fortuitous encounter? The middle-aged woman's heart suddenly moved. Could this be the reason why Qiushui Villa was destroyed by Li Shuai? Why didn't she think about this before? If it wasn't for Lin Yi asking about it today, she still wouldn't have thought of this possibility. Lin Yi was different. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Li Shuai's sudden increase in strength was probably directly related to the case of Qiushui Villa. Normally, it was impossible to increase one's strength so quickly, especially after reaching the mysterious ascension stage. Li Shuai went from the nascent soul stage to the peak mountain opening stage and even the early earth opening stage. Compared to Lin Yi, it was as slow as a snail. But compared to this middle-aged woman, it was obvious how terrifying this guy's cultivation speed was. This middle-aged woman was already at the peak of the late mysterious ascension stage at that time. It took her nearly 20 years to break through to the early mountain opening stage. Although her speed was not fast, it was definitely not slow either. But what about Li Shuai? Haven't you heard about the reason why Qiushui Villa was destroyed? Don't tell me that your Zhou clan had nothing to do with it. Lin Yi glanced at the middle-aged woman. If the Zhou clan had nothing to do with it, they wouldn't be so proactive in helping Li Shuai catch Li Zhongming. The middle-aged woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. She knew that no matter what she said, she wouldn't be able to get rid of the responsibility for the Zhou clan. So she simply admitted, yes, the Zhou clan did participate in the case of Qiushui Villa. But I can swear that we only received an offer that we couldn't refuse. We sent our elites to block the escape route of Qiushui Villa. We didn't participate in the massacre at all, so I really don't know the inside story at all. Chapter 6058. But Li Shuai did get the biggest benefit. Not only did his strength soar, but he also became a powerful figure on the North Island. It seemed that he could only figure out the truth when he met the ungrateful man. It's not Li Shuai. It's a very powerful masked man. We still don't know who the masked man was. The middle-aged woman was helpless. She really didn't know who the masked man was. Otherwise, she would definitely tell Lin Yi in exchange for his favor. Whether she could survive or not depended on her performance at this time. Lin Yi frowned slightly. The first thing he thought of was the people from the center. This kind of secretive style of doing things and the way of controlling and advancing was really like the center. The massacre of Chioshui Villa happened 18 or 19 years ago. Could it be that the center had already made arrangements on the Heaven Stage Island at that time? But it was also possible. According to the time of his master, the center had existed for a long time, but the Central Chamber of Commerce had just risen. Boss, we're almost at the west area of the North Island. Is the Li family located in that villa? Languza interrupted the conversation between Lin Yi and the middle-aged woman and pointed to a large building on the hillside in the distance. That's right. That's the Li clan's manor. Seniors, seeing that I've always been very cooperative and told you everything I know, can you let me live? The middle-aged woman confirmed and then looked at Lin Yi carefully, hoping that he would be kind enough to let her go. Boss, should I kill her or disable her? Languza asked for Lin Yi's opinion, but the guy had no intention of letting the middle-aged woman go. In his opinion, not killing her was already very lenient. First, seal her strength and throw her in a hidden place nearby. We'll talk about other things after we rescue Li Zhengming. Lin Yi didn't have the habit of killing women, and she was indeed very cooperative. It would be unreasonable to kill or disable her directly. It was better to put her aside and wait for Li Zhengming to decide how to deal with it. With regards to Lin Yi's decision, Languza did not have any objections. He quickly sealed the middle-aged woman's cultivation and casually found a hidden place to throw her there. Lin Yi casually threw out some ordinary array flags and set up the simplest level 1 concealment array formation. This was to prevent any wild beast from coming out and biting her. After all, she was an expert at the mountain opening stage. If she really died like this, it would be too tragic. After doing all this, the two of them continued on their way to the Li clan's manor. Lin Yi's divine sense swept out first, enveloping the entire manor. They actually have a level 7 defense formation. This Li family is really not simple. Lin Yi was slightly surprised. A level 7 array formation had already stepped into the Earth rank. It was completely different from a level 6 array formation. After being on the Heaven Rank Island for so long, it was very rare for Lin Yi to see an Earth rank array formation. Most of them were Mystic rank or even Yellow rank low rank array formations. If there wasn't a ghost, he wouldn't even be able to enter the Li clan's manor. Boss, my divine sense can't sweep in. There is no way to break the restriction of this manor. Languza tried for a while, but could only helplessly give up on the idea of using his divine sense to continue exploring. It doesn't matter. We will directly fight our way in. Today, you can attack straightforwardly. Just don't screw up. Lin Yi smiled faintly. A level 7 defense formation was too difficult for him, but for an Earth rank array formation grandmaster, it was nothing. It wasn't difficult to enter the Li clan's manor. Great. I was waiting for boss to say that. Languza's face lit up. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the mountain gate below the manor. They were stopped by 2 Li clan guards. This is a private place. If you have nothing to do, please leave immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Seeing the two of them coming over, one of them stepped forward to stop them. He probably saw that Lin Yi and Languza were relatively unfamiliar, so he wasn't very polite. Languza looked at Lin Yi with his eyes. He didn't know if he could make a move now. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. He still needed to confirm it first. He couldn't just listen to the middle-aged woman's side of the story. If things weren't as he thought, wouldn't he be used as a spear in vain? You too. We are people from the Zhou clan of Sunset Hill. Just now, our deacon Zhou Nianqing brought a person over. I don't know if it's convenient for us to meet him. Lin Yi smiled slightly and politely asked with cupped fists. As long as it was confirmed that Zhou Nianqing had indeed come, Li Zhengming was naturally also inside. Hearing that Lin Yi was a person from the Zhou clan, the faces of the two guards looked a little better. The one who spoke before nodded slightly and said, "It turns out to be a friend of the Zhou clan. Zhou Nianqing just sent the person in for a while. If you have nothing important to do, just wait here. You should be able to see him come out soon." This guy waved his hand very arrogantly. He didn't mean to inform Lin, Yi, and Languza at all. Obviously, the ordinary people of the Zhou clan were not worth mentioning in their eyes. What's more, they came to find Zhou Yinqing. Being able to let Lin, Yi, and Languza wait at the door was already very good. Sorry, we have very important things to do. We can't wait. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Languza understood tacitly. He immediately moved behind him like a ghost to the front of the two guards and punched out. The violent true qi exploded. Although it wasn't a frontal attack on either of them, it still rolled the two guards into the air. Finally, they hit the stone steps in front of the mountain gate. They vomited blood and fainted. Boss, do we need to kill this kind of weak chicken? Languza turned to look at Lin Yi. He didn't care about killing people. He was afraid that Lin Yi would be unhappy after killing them. That's why he held back. They didn't take the initiative to attack us. They also didn't pose a threat. Let's leave them alive first and wait for Li Jingming to decide whether or not to kill them. Lin Yi casually replied and entered the mountain gate of the Li clan villa first. In essence, Lin Yi was not a bloodthirsty person. Unless those who threatened himself or the people around him were enemies, he would not hesitate to kill. The Li clan villa was Li Jingming's enemy. Lin Yi could go and save people. But how to retaliate, it was still up to Li Jingming to decide. Understand. Boss, I'll open the way. Languza already had a plan in his heart. He immediately stepped forward. Those who didn't pose a threat and didn't take the initiative to attack could keep their lives. Otherwise, they could be killed. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and pulled Languza, who had just passed him, back. You go in front. What if the Li clan villa activates the formation? Follow me obediently. Chapter 6059. Boss, you're really thorough. Languza was a little apprehensive about formations. He hurriedly returned to Lin Yi's side and vigilantly observed the surroundings. Sure enough, as Lin Yi expected, although the two of them were fast, the Li family's mountain villa's formation was activated after traveling a distance of 80 to 100 meters. A level 7 trap formation, similar to the defensive formation outside. However, its power is much weaker than a normal level 7 formation. It seems like the person who set it up is very limited. The ghostly thing had a look of disdain. It was a top-notch Earth-level formation master. This kind of formation could barely be considered as a level 7 formation. It was really not worth mentioning. Senior Ghost, help me break through the trap formation quickly. Li Jingming is waiting for me to save him. Lin Yi really wanted to take this opportunity to study the Tao of formations. Unfortunately, time waits for no man. Something might happen to Li Jingming, so he had to find him as soon as possible. You brat, you still have the nerve to say that? You've learned the Tao of formations from me for so long, but you can't even deal with this kind of broken formation. Rotten wood cannot be carved. The ghostly thing laughed strangely and ridiculed. In reality, Lin Yi's comprehension of Tao of formations was definitely among the geniuses. Lin Yi was speechless. How long had he studied Tao of formations? He was already a peak golden level formation master. Although he could not set up a mystic level formation, he could still barely do it without being affected. If this was considered rotten wood, then everything in the world was probably rotten wood. The ghostly thing was just joking. It would not delay its business. After making fun of Lin Yi, it pointed him to quickly find the nodes of the formation and easily brought Languza out of the influence of the trap formation. After a short while, Lin Yi and Languza arrived at the entrance of the Li family's villa. This was a large piece of flat rock halfway up the mountain. The Li family's lower-level disciples usually practiced their martial arts here. At this time, there were already 5 people waiting for Lin Yi and Languza at the entrance. Hey, if it isn't Lin Yi, the rookie king of Blue Cloud Pavilion a few years back. What brings you here today? One of them recognized Lin Yi and walked over in a strange manner. Who are you? Lin Yi glanced at this old man and couldn't remember when he had met such a person. This guy was stunned for a moment, and a flash of embarrassment and annoyance appeared on his face. He knew Lin Yi, but Lin Yi didn't know him. Didn't this mean that the two of them weren't on the same level? I'm the steward of the mysterious pavilion, Li Inko from the Li family of the North Island. Junior brother Lin, You're so famous that it's understandable that you don't know a nobody like me." This old guy called Li Inko looked unhappy. His words were still sarcastic, but his momentum had completely weakened. "You know you're a nobody, but you still talk so much nonsense. This great lord's big brother doesn't have the time to bother with you. Hurry up and scram to the side." Longu glared at Li Inko, his fiendish demeanor instantly giving Li Inko a fright. He wanted to lose his temper, but somehow, looking at Languza, he felt a chill in his heart and didn't dare to continue to speak. "Where is Zhou Yinqing?" Lin, he didn't have time to deal with such a nobody. He was just a steward of the mysterious pavilion, and his cultivation was only at the peak of the nascent soul realm. If he dared to take the initiative to attack, Languza would be happy to teach him a lesson. The thin middle-aged man at the edge of the 5 people trembled slightly and subconsciously moved his feet. "You are Zhou Yinqing?" Lin Yi's eyes were like lightning, staring coldly at the thin man. "Yes, I am Zhou Yinqing. What do you want from me?" Zhou Yinqing knew that he couldn't hide it, and he was confident that he was now in the Leaf family villa, and there was no problem with safety, so he puffed out his chest and pretended to be calm and looked at Lin Yi. "Where is Li Zhengming?" Lin Yi didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. At the same time, the momentum of his body slowly rose. Among the 5 people in front of him, except for Li Inko, who was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, 3 of them, including Zhou Yinqing, were at the profound ascension stage, and 1 was at the early stage of the mountain opening stage. However, the strength of these people was very weak. They should have accumulated their cultivation through medicinal pills. They had no advantage in front of opponents of the same level, let alone a monster like Lin Yi. Feeling the powerful momentum of Lin Yi's late stage of the profound ascension stage, except for the cultivator at the early stage of the mountain opening stage, the other 4 people couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. It was really that the speed of Lin Yi's rise was too amazing. What was his cultivation when he became the newcomer king? Only a few years had passed. In terms of cultivation speed, Lin Yi was even more terrifying than Li Shuigao, the patriarch of the Li family's villa. Since he had offended such a person, he must be killed before he grew up. The cultivator at the early stage of the mountain opening stage of the Li family secretly sent out a signal. It was estimated that he was gathering experts to surround and kill Lin Yi. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the thing Lin Yi was least afraid of was group battles. The sea beast tied not long ago could definitely explain everything. Zhou Yinqing secretly looked at the few people of the Li family. It was true that he had captured Li Zhengming, but it was a gift to the Li family. Now that Lin Yi had come to the door, he shouldn't be the one to show up no matter what. "Lin Yi, who are you? How dare you bully my Li family's door? A mere blue cloud pavilion can't protect you. Even if Pavilion Master Shangwan thinks highly of you, he will never let you mess around." Li Inko shouted fiercely. Among the people present, he was the weakest, so he was the most impatient. Lin Yi's figure flashed, leaving behind a phantom in his original place. His real body appeared behind Zhou Yinqing like a ghost. He raised his hand and shot out a subtle 5 elements murderous chi, instantly controlling this guy's ability to move. The few people of the Li family didn't realize that Zhou Yinqing had fallen into the enemy's hands until Lin Yi's phantom began to dissipate. But at this time, Lin Yi had already brought him back to his original position. He forcefully sat on the ground and stepped on Zhou Yinqing's chest, looking down at him coldly from above. "I'll ask you again, where is Li Zhengming?" Of course, Lin Yi knew that Li Zhengming was in the Li family villa, but before saving people, he must first intimidate them, lest these guys make a move on Li Zhengming first. That would be very bad. Zhou Yinqing stared at Lin Yi with a face full of horror. He opened his mouth wide and made a sound, but he couldn't say a clear word, because Lin Yi's 5 elements murderous chi was wantonly destroying his meridians. That kind of pain was like the punishment in hell. Since you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Lin Yi indifferently glanced at Zhou Yinqing. He slightly exerted force with his feet, and the 5 elements murderous chi in his body immediately exploded, completely destroying all his meridians and vitality. Zhou Yinqing's quickly dimmed eyes were full of unwillingness. How could he not want to say it? He clearly didn't have the chance to say it. Chapter 6060. The four people of the Li family felt cold all over. Zhou Yinqing was an expert in the early stage of profound ascension. But in the hands of Lin Yi, he was no different from an ant and was easily crushed to death. What was even more terrifying was that they clearly saw it, but there was no way to stop it from happening. Hand over my brother Li Zhengming. Don't make me say it again. Lin Yi kicked Zhou Yinqing's body in front of the four people and looked at them coldly. I don't know what you're talking about, but if you think the North Island's Li family will be so easily scared by you, then you're wrong. The leader of the early stage of mountain opening was still calm and did not care about Zhou Yinqing's body and calmly looked at Lin Yi. Languza, go in and find him. Lin Yi did not continue to talk nonsense and directly waved his hand to signal to start fighting. Languza laughed out loud. Seeing that his boss had gotten first place, this guy had been itching for a long time. Upon hearing Lin Yi's order, he immediately tapped his feet and brought up a gust of wind as he charged towards the four people from the Li family. They were both in the early stage of mountain opening, but the Li family's was the weakest in the early stage of mountain opening, and Languza could compete with the weakest in the early stage of earth opening. The two were not on the same level at all. Before he arrived, the chi on his fist had already whistled, and the four people of the Li family had a feeling that they could not stand steadily. Whether they were in the mountain opening stage or the nascent soul stage, under Languza's fist, they could not help but take a big step back. If they stayed for a moment longer, they might directly explode and die. This was the result of Languza's mercy. He firmly remembered Lin Yi's words. Only the opponent took the initiative to attack and had a threat to kill, and the four people in front of him did not seem to meet the requirements. Lin Yi did not care about Languza's battle, and with a tap of his foot, his figure shot out like lightning, directly towards the gate of the Li family's villa. Since Zhou Yinqing appeared here, presumably Li Zhengming would not be too far away. Lin Yi rushed into the gate. His divine sense swept wildly, completely destroying some simple restrictions, just to be able to find Li Zhengming as soon as possible. However, the first person he saw wasn't Li Zhengming, but House Li's reinforcements. There were a total of 15 mystical ascending stage and 2 mountain opening stage masters. They were much stronger than House Zhou, but they were all the same in his eyes. Bold madman, you dare to cause trouble in our Li family. You really don't know how the word death is written. A peak profound ascension late stage cultivator roared and flew over. His hand had already condensed an extremely violent innate chi, ready to attack Lin Yi at any time. Lin Yi smiled faintly and casually used a wildfire 8 trigrams palm. The surging flames swept the entire scene. All the supporting experts were trapped inside. The guy who bore the brunt of the attack screamed and flew back at speed 2 or 3 times faster than when he came. The innate chi condensed in his hands had long dissipated. The rest of the people immediately faced a great enemy, using all their strength to resist Lin Yi's wildfire 8 trigrams palm. With great difficulty, no one was injured, but no one dared to be careless anymore. I don't want to talk nonsense. Hand over my brother Li Zhengming, or else I will let you know how the word death is written. Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back and coldly swept his gaze over the dozen experts in front of him. These Li family experts felt a chill in their hearts. The peak profound ascension late stage who spoke just now was now limp on the ground and vomiting blood. He couldn't even swallow the healing medicine. It seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. It was he who said that Lin Yi didn't know how to write the word death, but in the end, Lin Yi directly used him to write the word death for all the Li family to see. So powerful, so impressive. I, Li Shuigao, want to see how you will let us know the word death again. In the midst of the confrontation, a man suddenly appeared in the field. Even Lin Yi was not able to detect how he came. Li Shuigao. Lin Yi's pupils slightly contracted. This young man, who looked less than 30 years old, had a slender figure, a very humble smile on his face. If only looking at his appearance, no one would think that he was an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Boss, I've taken care of the few guys outside. Languza landed next to Lin Yi. After reporting in a low voice, he looked at Li Shuagao with extreme vigilance. This guy had a faint sense of danger. Even the careless Languza did not dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomer King Lin Yi, you are really amazing. Even the North Island Elders Council is nodding your eyes. Do you think that Blue Cloud Pavilion is enough to protect you? Or will Shanghai Tianhua come forward to support you? Li Shuagao's smile and his tone of speech were completely out of tune, making Lin Yi have a very uncomfortable feeling of being cut. Li Shuagao, don't talk about him. The person Zhou Nianqing brought is my brother. Let him go immediately. Otherwise, I will find him myself. Lin Yi could not see through Li Shuagao's real strength. It was estimated that he was not at the peak of mountain opening. Perhaps this bastard had already reached the early stage of earth opening. Moreover, Li Shuagao's strength was very stable, completely different from his clansmen. This was definitely a difficult opponent to deal with. Languza was afraid that he could not resist. I don't know what you're talking about. Today, you hit my Li family villa. I won't care about other things, but you must give me an explanation for this matter first. Li Shuagao completely denied the existence of Li Zhengming, only focusing on the fact that Lin Yi came to make trouble, obviously wanting to take the righteous title. Then there is nothing to say. Lin Yi's feet staggered, and the extreme butterfly micro-step took him to appear in front of Li Shuagao in an instant. And a mad fire 8 trigrams palm shot out again. The new mad fire 8 trigrams palm developed later was very practical, and the speed was extremely fast. Lin Yi was most comfortable with it, but it was not enough to deal with a master of Li Shuagao's level. Such a simple martial skill is your unique skill? That makes me a little disappointed. Li Shuagao chuckled twice, stretched out his hand, and drew a small circle in front of him, at the same time retracting his fingers. The flames of the mad fire 8 trigrams palm were immediately absorbed by the small circle in front of Li Shuagao, as if it had fallen into a bottomless black hole, without the slightest leakage. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth hooked up. He did not expect the mad fire 8 trigrams palm to be able to do anything to Li Shuagao. This was only used to probe. At the end of the flames, a colorful dragon-shaped 5 elements murderous aura whizzed towards Li Shuagao, waving its front claws casually, completely tearing apart the circular restriction that Li Shuagao had casually laid down. Unfortunately, the flames of the mad fire 8 trigrams palm had already dissipated and did not form a counterattack. Chapter 60-61. Without a word, Languza rushed to the other targets at the same time as Lin Yi attacked, temporarily restraining them so as not to disturb the battle between the two. Facing the dragon-shaped 5 elements murderous aura, Li Shuagao put his hands together and pushed outwards. A sharp spear of Zhenshi directly pierced the 5 elements murderous aura and began to struggle desperately. Lin Yi did not stop. His body was as fast as lightning, and he attacked Li Shuagao's side again. This position was extremely tricky, and if he was not careful, he could be seriously injured. Li Shuagao did not panic. He just took 2 steps to the side and barely avoided Lin Yi's attack. Is that all you've got? Then I won't be polite and start attacking. Are you ready? Li Shuagao smiled, and before he finished speaking, he had already launched an amazing attack. Li Shuagao's body swayed, and he casually punched out. The Zhenshi formed a terrible momentum like a monstrous wave, and it suddenly rushed towards Lin Yi. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi felt that the space around him was extremely compressed, and he could not even complete the simplest dodge. He could only go with the flow of the opponent's attack. If this continued, there was no doubt that he would fall into an absolute passive position. Languza was shocked. The power of this move, even his body might not be able to resist it. With the strength of Lin Yi's body, if he was hit head-on, he would definitely be in danger. It was a pity that Languza wanted to help Lin Yi, but he could not escape. None of the Li family's experts were a match for him alone, but if they joined forces, it would not be easy to deal with him. Lin Yi's expression did not change. Li Shuigao's attack was indeed not weak, but there was no need for him to take it head-on. After activating the 3 appearances of the Cloud Dragon, he left behind a shadow and easily escaped from the pressure of the huge wave. Interesting. He is indeed a rare genius. Li Shuigao's eyes instantly turned to the place where Lin Yi appeared, and hundreds of water arrows shot out, blocking all possible escape routes. However, these water arrows only penetrated the second shadow. When Lin Yi reappeared, he was less than a meter away from Li Shuigao. A 5 elements killing aura whizzed over and directly rushed into Li Shuigao's body. However, Lin Yi didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. He unleashed the full power of the extreme butterfly subtle steps and instantly left his original spot. Countless concentrated water arrows bombarded the same spot as he left, and Li Shuigao, who was hit by the 5 elements killing aura, exploded and turned into a pool of clear water, directly scattering on the ground. Not bad, not bad. You were actually able to break the doppelganger that I created with my Jinqi. I'm getting more and more interested in you. You should know that my greatest hobby is to strangle geniuses like you. Li Shuigao stood more than 10 meters away and applauded lightly. He had a satisfied smile on his face, as if he had just enjoyed a wonderful performance. Lin Yi coldly looked at Li Shuigao. This guy's strength was indeed very formidable. If he didn't take out his trump card, he would certainly not be a match for him. However, Lin Yi wasn't worried. The reason why he hadn't used his big move like the Soul Hook Hand Thunder Burial was because he wanted to try and see how big the gap was between his current strength and the initial stage of Earth opening stage. How is it? My doppelganger is more powerful than your shadow, right? It's not easy for you to break my doppelganger. As a reward for you, I'll let you see what's more powerful. Li Shuigao raised his arms, and 6 identical doppelgangers appeared beside him. They weren't just shadows, but real people. The aura fluctuations on their bodies were exactly the same as the original body. 7 stars illusory water. Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to distinguish which one of these 7 Li Shuigao was the real one if his divine sense wasn't incomparably powerful, especially when they were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper and joined together to form a whole body. However, Li Shuigao had never imagined that Lin Yi's divine sense was so powerful that it was enough to lock on to his real body. Moreover, it could penetrate the illusion and accurately distinguish the strength of the doppelgangers. In fact, the doppelgangers didn't even have 1/10 of Li Shuigao's real body. Do you think that you are amazing just because you have 6 doppelgangers? What a joke. Lin Yi sneered. His figure flickered continuously. 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. Would forest illusion 1,000 transformations. If they were talking about clones, this move of Lin Yi's could turn Li Shuigao's 7-star illusory water into smithereens. In an instant, there were hundreds of Lin Yi's on the flat field, and not a single one of them was a shadow. It was a pity that the power of wood forest illusion 1,000 transformations was there. All the doppelgangers added up were just a lot more cannon fodder. They couldn't threaten Li Shuigao at all. Because of this, after a slight shock, Li Shuigao curled up the corner of his mouth in disdain. The 7-star illusory water's power was fully unleashed. In an instant, hundreds of Lin Yi's doppelgangers were killed. I thought you had some amazing moves. It turns out that it's just a rubbish martial arts skill. It's more like using it to scare people. The 7 Li Shuigaos had the same mocking expression on their faces. Their hands didn't stop moving. Every second, hundreds of Lin Yi's doppelgangers would disappear. If this went on, it wouldn't take more than 1 or 2 breaths to completely wipe out the effect of wood forest illusion 1,000 transformations. You guessed right. This is just used to scare you. Lin Yi's body suddenly appeared in front of Li Shuigao's body. There was a different flame in each of his palms. After saying that, without waiting for Li Shuigao to react, Lin Yi directly put his hands together. A violent flame of true energy was slapped towards his face. Super Pill Firebomb. Lin Yi had long planned to use the Wood Forest Illusion 1,000 transformations to affect Li Shuigao's judgment. Then, while he could sense the opponent's body, he quietly came up and shot a super pill firebomb. Li Shuigao was slightly startled. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Yi to be able to accurately find his body. However, he didn't take Lin Yi's attack to heart. A cultivator at the peak of the profound ascension late stage, although he was overflowing with talent and could fight across levels, it was not enough to threaten him. However, Li Shuigao immediately realized that he was wrong. The little ball of fire in Lin Yi's hand was emitting a shockwave that made him feel like his soul was about to leave his body. In an instant, he made an accurate judgment. He knew that he wouldn't be able to block it. He immediately sent his clone to be a meat shield. The directional explosion of the super pill firebomb whistled over. Li Shuigao blocked all 6 doppelgangers in front of him. Watching those doppelgangers turn into water splashes and immediately evaporate, he felt a little cold in his heart for the first time. This Lin Yi, he really underestimated him. Chapter 60-62. Boss, are you okay? These guys are quite durable, Languza said in a low voice. Normally, he would be happy to have the opportunity to fight, but now was not the time. It's okay, it's just a test. Lin Yi smiled faintly and did not seem to care too much. Lin Yi, you are really powerful, worthy of being one of the strongest newcomer kings. That's enough for the warm-up exercise. Let's start fighting seriously. Li Shuigao patted the dust on his body and slightly twisted his neck a few times, as if he was really just playing around. I also feel that it's meaningless to waste time. What other tricks do you have? Just take them out. Lin Yi already knew the gap between himself and Li Shuigao. Although this guy was in the early stage of Earth opening, his strength did not seem to be much stronger than the mountain opening great perfection. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through not long ago. In a normal battle, Lin Yi might not be this guy's opponent, but that was under the premise that he did not use many big moves. This was also the reason why he was so confident now. Dealing with a little guy like you, it's too embarrassing for me to fight seriously. Seeing that you seem to have some knowledge of formations, today I will let you see one of my treasures. Open your eyes and take a good look. Li Shuigao suddenly changed his decision to fight and directly took out a palm-sized formation. After it was activated, the entire platform was enveloped in it. Level 7 Lightning Fall Array. Lin Yi was slightly startled. Although he had never seen this kind of formation plate, he had heard of it from ghost things. He did not expect Li Shuigao to have such a precious thing in his hands. It was said that this kind of formation plate was a treasure passed down from ancient times. Now, no one could make it, so in the range of the Heavenly Stage Island, there was almost no trace of the Lightning Fall Array. It was no wonder that Li Shuigao was able to cultivate so many profound ascending stage subordinates in less than 20 years, because the Thunderfall formation plate could imitate the Thunder Tribulation to allow people to advance to the profound ascending stage. But this kind of imitation Thunder Tribulation was even weaker than the one created by Lin Yi. So the profound ascending stage subordinates of Li Shuigao were weaker than cultivators of the same level. In addition to creating lightning tribulations, the Lightning Fall Array disc was also an offensive killing array. Within the range of the array, countless bolts of lightning could completely kill the enemy. The only problem was that this array disc required a large amount of lightning and spiritual jades as its energy source. Spiritual jades were still manageable, but lightning could only be collected and stored during thunderstorms. Therefore, its usage was somewhat limited. You do have some knowledge to be able to tell that this is a lightning array disc. I wonder if you can withstand the attack of lightning? Li Shuigao was extremely proud of himself. He rarely had the opportunity to fight against an enemy, and this Lightning Fall Array disc had not been used for a long time. The amount of lightning stored inside was enough to deal with 2 juniors at the peak of the profound ascending stage and the early stage of the mountain opening stage. It was absolutely more than enough. Lin Yi and Languza had a strange expression on their faces, but they did not speak. Wanting to use the Lightning Fall Array disc to deal with Lin, it was like using dry wood to extinguish a fire. They really did not know what to say. If it was any other rank 7 array disc, without the help of a ghost, Lin Yi really did not dare to say that he would have any way to deal with it. But Li Shuigao took out a lightning fall array disc. Lin Yi could only laugh. Dozens of lightning arcs under Li Shuigao's control simultaneously struck towards Lin Yi and Languza. The two of them seemed to be scared silly, not even the slightest bit of movement. They just stared at the lightning arcs falling on their bodies. After Languza underwent a mutation, he had also gone through the tempering of the lightning tribulation created by Lin Yi, causing his fleshly body to be incomparably tough. These lightning arcs at most could only tickle him. If there was any kind of threat, then it would at least be a real lightning tribulation. As for Lin Yi, he had the lightning escape technique, so even a real lightning tribulation would not be able to harm him in the slightest, not to mention this kind of ordinary lightning stored in a rank 7 array disc. Boss, the lightning that this guy brought out is really weak. Why don't you let him see what a real lightning bolt looks like? Languza came over and winked at Li Shuigao. His eyes were filled with a gloating expression as he looked at Li Shuigao. Don't be anxious, he will see it soon. Lin Yi faintly smiled. He was already prepared to make his move. Li Shuigao had a bad feeling in his heart. The effects of the lightning fall array disc did not seem to be as good as he had imagined. Those two brats were actually able to talk to each other, as if nothing had happened under the lightning arcs. Could it be that it had not been used for a long time, and the lightning within it had already lost its original power? Thinking of this, Li Shuigao worked even harder to activate the lightning fall array disc, sending out even more lightning arcs to attack Lin Yi and Languza. The power of the lightning arcs seemed to be linked together. It looked very frightening. Lin Yi's mouth curled up. He raised his hand and shot out dozens of lightning arcs that were several times thicker than the lightning fall array disc, instantly tearing apart the lightning net that Li Shuigao had activated, at the same time continuously absorbing the dissipating lightning source, turning it around to attack Li Shuigao. If it wasn't for the fact that the 1,000 Thunder Burst and Thunder Burial were not easy to control, it would be easy to accidentally injure Li Zhengming. Lin Yi would have directly plowed through the entire manor. Lightning Attribute Cultivator. Li Shuigao's complexion changed. He only had enough time to cry out in alarm. He immediately retreated. Facing these lightning arcs, he did not dare to be careless. The lightning fall array disc was not enough to pose a threat to an early-stage earth-opening cultivator, but the power of Lin Yi's lightning arcs was clearly above the lightning fall array disc. Li Shuigao did not want to suffer any injuries. He really did not expect that Lin Yi had actually hidden his strength so deeply, and was even an extremely rare lightning attribute cultivator. If it was any other opponent, perhaps they would have used their strongest attack from the start, who would be like Lin Yi, who was obviously much weaker, but still hid his lightning attribute martial skill and did not use it. Lin Yi activated the lightning evasion technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Li Shuigao and shot out another 2 lightning arcs. At such a close distance, there was simply no time for him to dodge, and all of them struck his body. Li Shuigao twitched for a while, but before Lin Yi's next wave of attack, he still managed to shift his position, trying to open up the distance between him and Lin Yi. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's movement speed in the lightning area was comparable to teleportation, and Li Shuigao's movement was no different from that of a snail. Before he moved, Lin Yi was already waiting on the predetermined route. The Divine Awareness Vortex and the 5 elements killing Qi attacked at the same time. Li Shuigao suddenly screamed, and his spirit and meridians were severely damaged at the same time. In comparison, the muscle numbness caused by the lightning arcs was nothing. With a few soft cracking sounds, the lightning fall array disc broke into several pieces and fell directly to the ground. Lin Yi looked at it with a little pity. This was a treasure handed down from ancient times. Although it was of no use to him, if he kept it in the North Island, it could at least create a lot of masters in the mysterious ascension stage. Chapter 60-63. Lin Yi snorted coldly. He raised his hand and released dozens of lightning arcs, blocking all these people more than 10 meters away. At the same time, he kicked Li Shuigao and stepped on him. If you dare to move, Li Shuigao will be finished immediately. Lin Yi's cold eyes swept over the dozen Li family masters. They immediately became silent and did not dare to move at all. Lin Yi, don't mess around. Our family master is a member of the North Island Elder Council. If there's any damage, even if the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion comes out, they won't be able to protect you. The first mountain opening stage master stood there and did not dare to come over, but he could not help but warn Lin Yi, hoping to use words to make Lin Yi hesitate. Don't tell me it's useless. Bring my brother Li Zhengming out immediately. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect your Li family. The first to die will be Li Shuigao. Lin Yi slightly exerted force on his feet. Li Shuigao suddenly moaned twice. Under the situation where he was unprepared, the divine sense whirlpool and the 5 elements murderous qi tortured him. Although he was not dead, he had lost all ability to resist. He could not even scream loudly. The person who spoke gritted his teeth and looked back at the last profound ascending stage master, signaling him to hurry and bring Li Zhengming out. Boss, that's it. It seems a bit dangerous to leave so many of them here. How about I take care of them first? Seeing that Li Zhengming was about to be saved, Languza suddenly had an idea. The battle just now was not satisfying at all. If he did not hurry up and take action now, he probably would not have a chance anymore. Lin Yi turned back and stared at Languza. Right now, the most important thing was to get Li Zhengming back. He did not want to cause trouble. To be able to defeat Li Shuigao so easily, in addition to Lin Yi's own strength, luck also played a large role. If that guy did not suddenly use the lightning formation plate, it would be impossible for Lin Yi to defeat him so easily. Within the range of the lightning fall matrix, Lin Yi was able to shoot out lightning bolts in both quantity and quality, far exceeding the normal standard. The reason was that the lightning stored within was all used by him, and now that the matrix was destroyed, it would be difficult for him to shoot out lightning bolts of that level again. Plus, he'd already used up a lot of his qi. Although he had the jade space to replenish it, it wasn't possible for him to recover to his peak instantaneously. Those masters didn't want to push Li Zhengming too far, just in case. Languza shrunk his neck. Seeing that Lin Yi did not want to continue for the time being, he could only stare hard and use his eyes to threaten the dozen masters to not move. After a while, Li Zhengming was brought over, but his appearance was very miserable. All his limbs were broken, his body was full of scars, and his clothes were completely soaked in blood. It was as if he had just been fished out of blood pool. If it was an ordinary person, just the blood loss alone would be enough to kill him. Lin Yi's eyes were cold, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Originally, he wanted to let Li Zhengming decide how to deal with the Li family, but now he almost changed his mind and wanted to personally destroy this villa. Lin Yi, this person has already taken a recover pill. For the time being, his life will not be in danger. His hands and feet are hard injuries, and he can be healed with a little treatment. You can take him away now, then return our master to us. The profound ascending stage master who brought Li Zhengming out raised his voice and explained. He was afraid that Li Zhengming would suddenly die, so he wanted to exchange Li Shuigao back as soon as possible. To be honest, these Li family masters were not very clear how Li Shuigao suddenly lost to Lin Yi, but most of them thought that Lin Yi happened to be a lightning-type cultivator, so Li Shuigao used the lightning fall formation plate to help his opponent instead. It was not that he really could not beat Lin Yi. Because of this thought, they felt that after exchanging Li Shuigao back, with so many people joining hands, there was still a possibility of winning against Lin Yi and Languza. Languza didn't need Lin Yi's order to rush over and pick up Li Zhengming. The Li family's masters wanted to stop him, but they were scared off by the ferocious look in the guy's eyes. Lin Yi, you've already taken him away. Can you let our master back? The mountain opening stage master who spoke earlier looked at Lin Yi anxiously, afraid that Lin Yi would go back on his words. Lin Yi did not pay attention to that guy at all, and directly took out a level 7 great revitalizing pill and sent it into Li Zhengming's mouth, then transferred his own innate qi over and quickly healed his internal injuries. Fortunately, Li Zhengming's injuries looked serious on the surface, but there were not many internal injuries in his body. Other than his broken limbs, he was only unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Seeing Lin Yi scrupulously healing Li Zhengming's injuries, the Li family people were somewhat restless. Languza took a step forward at the right time and glared angrily at these people's faces. They had already seen Languza's strength just now. Even if everyone attacked together, they would not be able to deal with him in a short period of time. In addition, Li Shuagao was still under Lin Yi's feet and was not out of danger. So in the end, no one dared to make a move. After knowing that Li Zhengming was fine, Lin Yi temporarily gave up on the idea of exterminating the Li family. It would be better for Li Zhengming to do these things himself, but Li Shuagao and the Li family's experts, Lin Yi did not plan to let them go. The soul-reaping hand silently took away Li Shuagao's primordial spirit, leaving behind the body that was not completely dead on the ground. Lin Yi's figure flashed, and numerous lightning arcs exploded among the dozen or so people, and he used the lightning arcs to instantly arrive in the middle of them. The strongest of these people were only at the mountain opening stage, and to Lin Yi, they were not existences that could not be dealt with. Moreover, these people's foundations were weak, and the early stage of the mountain opening stage was not much stronger than a normal profound ascension great circle. They were completely for show, and Lin Yi did not feel any pressure dealing with them. The wildfire 8 trigrams palm combined with the 5 elements killing chi was casually unleashed, and when these people were caught off guard, he completed the sweep in an instant. However, Lin Yi did not kill all of them. He only crippled the cultivation of these dozen or so people, so that they would not become an obstacle to Li Zhengming's revenge in the future. Languza looked at the Li family's experts who were groaning on the ground with hidden bitterness. This job should have been done by him. How could the boss do it himself? It was a rare bit of fun. It seemed like he could only go back and eat more good food to make up for it. When Lin Yi finished all this, 5 figures rushed over from the direction of the mountain gate. The one in front was especially fast, and in a breath's time, he rushed onto the platform and appeared outside the Li family's gate. Chapter 60-64 Fish Baby Book Friends 2 Group 4177-23151 Hall Leader Ram. They kidnapped my brother for no reason and seriously injured him. Is there any problem with me coming to rescue him? Your law enforcement hall didn't do anything. Did I get in your way? Lin Yi didn't look happy either. When he was in Zhouxiang restaurant, the 2 guys from the law enforcement hall helped the Zhou family openly and secretly. Now he just solved the Li family's problem, and Ram Jie suddenly appeared to blame him. It was no wonder that Lin Yi was happy. I'll naturally investigate what you said, and I'll never let go of a person who commits a crime in the North Island. But what you're doing now is also against the law enforcement hall's commandment, so you have to go back with me. Ram Jie glanced at Li Zhengming, who was still unconscious, and didn't change his mind at all. Languza was furious and stepped forward. How can you talk to my boss like that? Could it be that you're in cahoots with these guys, so you want to stand up for them now? How dare you? Several other people from the law enforcement hall hurried over and happened to hear Languza's words. Suddenly, they became agitated and rebuked him. Our hall leader is famous for being impartial. Who do you think you are? How dare you slander our hall leader like this? This alone is enough for you to sit in the law enforcement hall. Hall leader, we can't be polite to this kind of person. What's more, he injured a colleague. Please order us to arrest him. Ram Jie waved his hand to stop his subordinates from talking nonsense. Then he looked at Lin Yi indifferently. Lin Yi, I've said that everything will be investigated. As for how to determine the nature of what you did, it will be clear when the result comes out. Now, come back with me to the law enforcement hall. Don't get Blue Cloud Pavilion involved. What if I don't go back with you? Lin Yi was also angry in his heart, so his words were naturally more impolite. Not to mention that Li Zhengming's problem had not been solved yet. Even if it had been solved, he still had to hurry back to Zhongdao. How could he have the time to accompany Ram Jie in the law enforcement hall? Believe me, you will definitely come back with me. Ram Jie's expression didn't change, but his words were filled with incomparable confidence. Lin Yi could feel that he had already planned to make a move. Then we shall wait and see. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and his pupils pierced Ram Jie's eyes like needles. Their gazes seemed to have substance, and they had begun an invisible confrontation. Languza took a step forward and was about to attack Ram Jie first. However, in the next moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and he couldn't move smoothly. Even lifting a finger was extremely difficult. So powerful. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ram Jie was indeed worthy of being the former #1 genius of the North Island. He could restrain Languza without batting an eyelid, and they couldn't see through his true strength at all. Compared to Ram Jie, Li Shuigao was indeed just a scum. Facing such a super expert, Lin Yi had already begun to calculate whether his few big moves would be effective. However, whether it was Soul Hook Palm or Thunder Burial, once they were used, they would definitely die. As for Ram Jie, he still didn't have the thought of killing him. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the field. He laughed out loud and directly stood between Ram Jie and Lin Yi. Hall Leader Ram, why are you so serious? Lin Yi looked up and suddenly felt relieved. Just now, all his attention was on Ram Jie, so he didn't notice that Lan Tiefu actually followed him. Lan Tiefu, do you want to meddle in the affairs of the law enforcement hall? Ram Jie glanced at Lan Tiefu coldly, showing no intention of buying it. No, I'm just a senior brother in charge of the Rising Sky Pavilion. I'm not qualified to meddle in the affairs of the law enforcement hall. However, the pavilion leader already knows about this, and he said he'll handle it himself, so it's okay for the law enforcement hall not to meddle in this matter. Lan Tiefu smiled and waved his hand, looking like a peacemaker. Ram Jie suddenly fell silent. In the whole North Island, only Shanghai Tianhua could make a bow down. Apart from that, even people from ancient aristocratic families couldn't order him to do anything. Speaking of which, Shanghai Tianhua was indeed qualified to meddle in this matter, which didn't conflict with the law enforcement of the law enforcement hall. It was just like when the police in the secular world received a case, and then the Supernatural Investigation Bureau intervened halfway. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Ram Jie just thought for a while and withdrew the genuine chi that bound Languza. He nodded to Lan Tiefu and Lin Yi, then turned around and left with his people expressionlessly. Lin Yi was a little stunned. Ram Jie just left like that? Just because of a word from Shanghai Tianhua? Junior brother Lin, don't lower yourself to the same level as Ram Jie. This guy is like that with a sullen face all day long. In fact, he really doesn't have any selfish motives. Lan Tiefu walked to Lin Yi and explained to Ram Jie with a smile. Don't worry, senior brother Lan. I won't care. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He was a little angry just now, but now it was over, so there was no need to hate Ram Jie. After all, it was his duty. Languza came over with a smile and casually cupped his fists. Senior brother Lan? My surname is also Lan. Maybe we were relatives in the past. Lin Yi was speechless. This guy really liked to claim relatives. No matter what, Lan Tiefu couldn't be related to you by blood. He was a genuine human. What did he have to do with a sea beast like you? Oh, what a coincidence. Then we should get closer in the future. Lan Tiefu laughed and patted Languza's shoulder. Lin Yi didn't know what was going on, but he felt that Lan Tiefu was a lot more friendly than before. Could it be that Lan Tiefu saw that Lin Yi's strength had increased so quickly that he wanted to be friends with him? Or had he heard about Lin Yi's alchemy skills? Or was it purely because of Shanghai Tianhua? In any case, Lin Yi liked people who took the initiative to show kindness. Senior brother Lan, is the matter here very troublesome? Lin Yi looked at the groaning Li family experts on the ground and asked with some embarrassment. If he had known that it would cause trouble for Shanghai Tianhua, Lin Yi would never have come to them openly. Hiding his tracks and coming to rescue them was the best choice. It's fine. You guys can go back. I've heard about the cause and effect of this matter. I'll take care of the rest, so don't worry. Lan Tiefu smiled and waved his hand, signaling for Lin Yi to quickly bring Li Zhengming back for treatment. Chapter 60-65. After a simple farewell, Langaza rushed to carry Li Zhengming on his back and quickly followed Lin Yi to Blue Cloud Pavilion. After this battle, the Li family of the North Island was basically destroyed. Li Shuigao, the core figure, was dead, and the rest of the experts had lost their cultivation. Any small family could be stronger than the Li family. From now on, it would be much easier for Li Jingming to take revenge. When they left, Lin Yi scanned the middle-aged woman from the Zhou family with his divine mind. The level 1 concealment formation she had set up was still intact, so he did not bother her. The Li family was finished, so the Zhou family would not dare to come out and cause trouble. As for whether Li Jingming wanted to settle the score with the Zhou family in the future, it was none of his business. After a while, the three of them returned to Lin Yi's residence in Blue Cloud Pavilion. Li Jingming was still unconscious. This was good for his recovery, so he let him continue to sleep after they returned. Lin Yi wanted to take this opportunity to investigate what happened in Qiushui Villa. After asking Langaza to take care of Li Jingming, Lin Yi entered his room and waved his hand to release Li Shuigao's primordial spirit. Lin Yi, what do you want to do to me? I'm warning you. Let me go now, or someone will come and trouble you. Li Shuigao's primordial spirit was a little weak. As soon as it came out, it shouted to boost its courage. Oh, there's someone behind you? Why don't you tell me? Lin Yi smiled faintly, but his eyes were extremely cold. Leaving Li Shuigao's primordial spirit, Lin Yi was going to use the soul-searching skill to find out the truth behind the destruction of Qiushui Villa. If this guy could be sensible and voluntarily confess those things, he might be able to avoid the pain of the soul-searching skill. Don't think you can get any information from me. It won't take long for you to know how big of a trouble you've caused. Don't think that you can run amok just because Shanghai Tianhua is protecting you. Even if Soaring Sky Pavilion and Blue Cloud Pavilion join hands, they won't be able to protect you and the people around you. Li Shuigao didn't know the consequences of being so arrogant, so he continued to threaten Lin Yi. If you put it that way, I really want to know what kind of trouble I've caused. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll find the answer myself. It will be a little painful. Bear with it. Lin Yi expressionlessly stretched out his hand and activated the soul-searching technique derived from the primordial spirit devouring technique. He was usually unwilling to use the soul-searching technique, but it didn't mean that he didn't dare to use it. At most, it would be slightly troublesome afterwards. In order to figure out the truth, especially the person who might be behind Li Shuigao, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't care about such a little trouble. Li Shuigao's primordial spirit suddenly let out a shrill scream. The pain of his divine soul being torn apart, even the torture of being cut into pieces, wouldn't be comparable to it. He didn't collapse immediately because Lin Yi didn't want him to collapse. At least, before the soul-searching technique was completed, he wouldn't let him collapse so easily. In this room, Lin Yi had already arranged a layer of soundproof barrier in advance. Therefore, no matter how much Li Shuigao screamed, there would be no possibility of it leaking out. After a while, his screams became lower and lower, and finally, it slowly fell into silence. His primordial spirit also completely dissipated under the tyrannical search of the soul-searching technique. An early-stage Earth-opening realm expert had completely fallen and didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. However, such an ungrateful villain like him didn't deserve any pity at all. However, Lin Yi's brows were still slightly wrinkled. His soul-searching technique was very successful, but the memory information obtained was not complete. There were still many fragments missing. The reason for this situation was that Li Shuigao's primordial spirit was too weak. In the process of soul-searching technique, there were a lot of losses, and the previous spiritual consciousness whirlpool also had a great impact. The other reason was that Lin Yi's soul-searching technique itself still had flaws. He couldn't obtain 100% of the complete memory of the other party. Before Li Shuigao, Lin Yi had never used the soul search art in its entirety, so this was the first time he'd found out about this flaw. The good thing was that most of the missing parts could be deduced from the clues he already had. Boss, Li Zhengming has woken up. Do you want to see him? Lenguza asked loudly outside the room. This time, the soul-searching technique did not take much time. Li Zhengming could wake up, which proved that his injury was indeed not serious. For cultivators, a broken arm or a broken leg was nothing. As long as there were pills, they could be reconnected in minutes. Even if they lost their original body, regrowing a severed limb was very simple. I'll be right there. He rubbed his forehead and stood up. After Li Shuigao's soul-searching technique, he suddenly discovered a problem. The elderly who had intervened in the Qiushui Villa massacre case and put pressure on a law enforcement hall was not the current Li Shuigao, but someone else. He had really overlooked this point. Back then, Li Shuigao was far from qualified to enter the Elder Council. He had rapidly soared in the years after the Qiushui Villa massacre case, while the previous elderly had disappeared without a trace. So this time, Lin almost made a big mistake. However, in Li Shuigao's memory, there was almost no information about the elderly. It seemed that this matter could only be left to Li Zhengming to investigate. When Lin Yi arrived, Li Zhengming was already able to sit up. Apart from his pale face, he could barely move his arms and legs. His recovery was quite good. Seeing Lin Yi enter, Li Zhengming smiled bitterly and nodded, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Boss Lin Yi, it's really all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would have died a terrible death. We're all brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. Tell me about the investigation of the incident that year. Lin Yi casually pulled over a chair and sat down. He wanted to listen to Li Zhengming's information and verify it with Li Shuigao's memory. Good. Actually, I was only a child at that time, so I didn't know much about the entire matter. However, after 2 years of investigation, I found some clues. It's a long story, so don't think I'm too long-winded, Boss Lin Yi. Li Zhengming sat up a little straighter. He originally wanted to tell Lin Yi about this matter, so he had already organized his thoughts. Lin Yi smiled faintly and nodded, signaling for him to continue. Chapter 6066. Over the past 2 years, I've slowly found some clues from nowhere. I've worked hard to find out the general situation of the matter. As one of the masterminds, Li Shuigao got a lot of benefits from the treasure, but I haven't been able to find out who the person who cooperated with him is. When Li Zhengming said this, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He was almost killed just by investigating this far. If he wanted to take revenge, the future was really uncertain. Who was the elderly who intervened in the case investigation and pressured the law enforcement hall? You should have investigated him, right? Lin Yi knew more details than Li Zhengming about why Li Shuigao colluded with foreign enemies to destroy Qiushui Villa. The general situation was not wrong, so he wasn't surprised at all. What he cared about was the elderly. I did investigate that elderly. It said that he was an outsider. After becoming a member of the Elders' Council in the North Island, he left the North Island, so there was no news about him later. This person was also quite low-key when he was in the North Island, and he basically didn't interact with other people. I investigated for a long time, but I didn't find anything, so I had to put it aside. Li Zhengming didn't care much about that elderly. All his attention was on the traitor Li Shuigao. Boss Lin Yi, I came to you just now to ask for your opinion on how to deal with the Li family in the North Island. After Li Shuigao, the traitor, got the treasure, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he trained a lot of masters as his subordinates. In the family in the North Island, he's already a very powerful force, and he himself has become a member of the Elders' Council. Li Zhengming suddenly stopped talking. This was his private matter, and it didn't make any sense to involve Lin Yi. This time, Lin Yi had to pay a huge price to save him. If Lin Yi continued to be involved in the Qiushui Manor incident, Li Zhengming would feel very guilty. Lin Yi didn't think so much. Since Li Zhengming had recognized him as his boss, the business of Qiushui Villa was naturally his business. If he hadn't been in a hurry to go back to Middle Island to try to save Han Jingjing with the Spirit Gathering branch, and then go to the South Island to investigate the plan of the center, Lin Yi would definitely stay here and solve the business of Qiushui Villa before leaving. You don't have to worry about the Li family. In fact, Although Li Shuigao obtained a lot of benefits from that treasure and used it as a foundation to rise rapidly in just a dozen years, he only obtained a small part of the treasure. The majority was taken by his collaborators, so we should try our best to find Li Shuigao's collaborators. Lin Yi had most of Li Shuigao's memories and naturally knew how much this trader had benefited from the Qiu family's treasure map. 1/10. Just 1/10 of the treasure made him a member of the North Island Elders Committee within a few years, and then in the next 10 years, he built a powerful family. The formations of the Li family's villa, including the Thunderfall formation plate, were all part of the treasure. In addition, there were a lot of cultivation resources. Without the accumulation of these resources, Li Shuigao couldn't have risen so quickly, and it would have been difficult for his subordinates to compete with those long-established families. Boss Lin Yi, you know more than I do. Have you been paying attention to the Qiushui Villa incident in the past 2 years? Li Jingming was a little confused and touched. No matter what the reason was, it was enough that Lin Yi cared about him. I happened to get some information about this, so I know more about Li Shuigao. Lin Yi said vaguely. It wasn't that he didn't trust Li Jingming, but he didn't want too many people to know about the soul-searching. Lin Yi paused for a moment before changing the topic. Actually, you could have told Gong Yangji about this. Things are different now, and he's in charge of the law enforcement hall. He's a pretty fair man, and while I don't really like that ice-cold guy, I'm sure the investigation of the Qiushui Villa incident would progress much better with him around. Boss, I don't really trust Ram Jia. Li Jingming hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to tell the truth. Back then, when the Qiushui Manor underwent a huge change, I was just a child. Because I was playful, I hid in a secret room to escape. At that time, I saw a masked man in black. Although his face was covered, his figure was exactly the same as Ram Jia's. Lin Yi was stunned. He started to search Li Shuigao's memory. There was indeed such a masked man in black. He was one of the leaders that Li Shuigao had colluded with. However, his real identity had always been a mystery. Li Shuigao spent almost 20 years, but he still couldn't figure out who he was working with. When the idiot threatened Lin Yi before he died, he wasn't referring to this masked man in black. Instead, he was referring to some other big shots in the Elders Guild. Some of them were from ancient families, but they were all developed later and had nothing to do with the Qiushui Villa incident. Li Shuigao's memory of the masked man in black was very vague. However, after being reminded by Li Jingming, Lin Yi had some impression of the masked man. Indeed, the masked man's figure was extremely similar to Ram Jia's. Just this alone doesn't seem to prove anything, right? After all, there are many people who look alike, not to mention their figures. Lin Yi said with uncertainty. Ram Jia wasn't very likable. However, it was hard to believe that he was involved in the Qiushui Villa incident and was one of the masterminds. Boss Lin Yi, I know that this alone can't prove anything. However, it's still a possibility. I don't want to take the risk. Li Jingming shook his head with a serious expression. From the first time he saw Ram Jia, he had always had this suspicion. His first impression was the strongest, so he definitely wouldn't change his mind easily. Although Lin Yi didn't believe it, he couldn't help but think of Ram Jia's sudden appearance in the Li family villa and the law enforcement hall's protection of the Zhou family. Could Ram Jia really be that masked man in black? Have you investigated Ram Jia's strength back then? Lin Yi suddenly thought of this question. The Qiushui Villa incident was almost 20 years ago. At that time, Ram Jia was only in his early 20s. Although he was a genius that was rarely seen in hundreds of years, his strength might not be that shocking. The current Ram Jia could easily destroy the Qiushui Villa alone. However, 20 years ago, if he joined forces with Li Shuigao, he probably wouldn't be that powerful, right? Chapter 60-67. Lin Yi was speechless. Since Ram Jia already had the strength to destroy Qiushui Villa at that time, it was reasonable for him to become a suspect. All right, since you've put it that way, we'll leave the disciplinary hall alone for now. We'll list Gong Yangjia as a suspect and investigate him in secret. Be careful not to arouse his suspicions. If it really was Gong Yangjia's doing, we don't have the strength to deal with him yet. Lin, he was still a little skeptical, but he still warned Li Zhengming seriously. With the strength that Ram Jie showed in the Li family's villa, even if Lin he used all his trump cards, he might not be able to defeat him. Especially for a genius like Ram Jie, who might have some research on divine senses, he must be prepared that divine sense skills like Soul Hook Hand would not work. Boss Lin, don't worry. I will never act rashly. This time I talk to you, boss, is to ask me what I should do. Should I take revenge on the Li family first, or to avoid alerting them and kill them together with the masked man in black later? As for the Zhou family, of course, Li Zhengming would not let them go, but they were just peripheral accomplices, so he was not in a hurry to deal with them. Li Zhengming, I want to apologize to you. Li Shuagao has been killed by me, and the cultivation of some masters of the Li family in the north has also been destroyed by me. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to take revenge on Li Shuagao yourself, but the Li family is still here. If you want to deal with them, you can go at any time. Lin, he suddenly felt a little annoyed. He should have left a trace of Li Shuagao's spirit in his body. It would have been more meaningful to let Li Zhengming kill him personally. Sure enough, when he heard that Li Shuagao was dead, Li Zhengming was a little stunned and did not know how to react. For so many years, he thought about how to take revenge every day, but the traitor was actually dead. Boss, thank you for avenging me. That guy died in your hands, which is no different from me killing him myself. Unfortunately, it was too easy for him to die. Li Zhengming sighed and then waved his hand in relief. Lin Yi killed Li Shuagao to save him, which could only be said to be too easy for the bastard traitor. He had prepared a lot of torture on the traitor. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Only he knew that Li Shuagao's death was not easy at all. The pain of soul searching was comparable to all kinds of torture in hell. This bastard lost the chance to reincarnate, but before he dissipated, he tasted all the punishments in hell. Since the Li family has lost all the masters, we should let them go for the time. Let we see if the Black Masked Man will come to take over the Li family or not. Li Yi smiled slightly. Only he, Li Zhengming quickly adjusted his mood. Knowing that Li Shuagao was dead, he felt much more relaxed. He immediately began to think about his future plans. Okay, you can still investigate in secret, but now that your identity has been exposed, you must pay attention to your own safety. It's better to wait for senior brother Liu Bianren and the others to come back after finishing their tasks. It'll be better to act together. I'm going to leave the North Island for a while, so I can't do this with you. Lin looked a little sorry. As Li Zhengming's boss, he really should help him settle things in Qiushui Villa. Unfortunately, he really did not have that much time to stay here without any clues. Boss, just go and do your own things. I'll take care of this myself. Li Zhengming hurriedly shook his head. Lin, he had helped him too much, and this time he even saved his life. He really could not tie his boss Lin to the North Island for his own matters. By the way, Boss Lin, this time I found some clues in the ruins of the old site of Qiushui Villa. It's about the treasure. If you have time, I'd like to invite you to go with me. Li Zhengming suddenly mentioned the treasure that led to the destruction of Qiushui Villa, which made Lin Yi feel a little surprised. Didn't Li Shuagao and the others take the treasure? Is there another one? Lin Yi was very confused. Li Shuagao must have gotten the real treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become a hero and build a powerful family with only 1/10 of the treasure. I'm not sure yet. The clue I got is that there are 2 layers of the treasure. What Li Shuagao and the others took out is probably only the first layer. Because it's already been opened, no one will explore that place again. If we go there now, we might be able to find the second layer of the treasure. Li Zhengming looked a little excited. Li Shuagao only got a small part of the first layer of the treasure, and he could soar to the sky. If they could really find the second layer of the treasure, wouldn't it be very easy to rebuild Qiushui Villa? Aren't you worried that the second layer has actually been opened? Lin Yi didn't care too much about this news. The possibility of Li Shuagao and the others only opening the first layer was very small. If they went there now, they would most likely find nothing. That's possible, but I still want to take a gamble. The clue I got mentioned that there's a treasure map that is only used to open the first layer of the treasure. If I'm not wrong, it should be the map that Li Shuigao, that traitor, took from my family. In a situation where they obtained all the treasures on the first layer and didn't know about the existence of the second layer, the possibility of them opening the second layer is very small. Li Jingming wasn't so much trying to convince Lin Yi as he was trying to convince himself. In fact, he could go alone. He said it now because he wanted to repay Lin Yi. If they really found the second layer of the treasure, more than half of it would belong to Lin Yi. Lin Yi just thought for a while and understood why Li Zhengming didn't say out loud. He estimated that the second layer of the treasure should not be dangerous. Otherwise, when Li Zhengming mentioned it, he wouldn't have such an expression. I really want to go with you, but there's no other way. I have to go back to the Middle Island immediately and then go to the Southland. While I return to the North Island, it will take at least a few months. If there's no danger, you'd better explore it by yourself. If you find the treasure, try to improve your strength as soon as possible. Although Lin Yi didn't say it explicitly, what he meant was that even if the treasure was still there, it belonged to Qiushui Villa. He wouldn't interfere in it. Since Li Zhengming had the opportunity to get it, he had to make good use of it. Chapter 60-68. Li Jingming was silent for a moment. Since Lin Yi had no time to hunt for treasures, he could only go alone. However, he had already made a decision in his heart. If he could really find the second layer of treasures, he would definitely pick out the good stuff and leave a share for Lin Yi. Understand. Boss, don't worry. I will take care of this matter. Li Jingming nodded and promised. That was the end of the matter about the treasures. I have said almost everything that needs to be said. I also have to prepare to leave for Middle Island. If you have any difficulties, you can go directly to Soaring Sky Pavilion to find Shangwan Laner. She will help you solve it. Remember, no matter what you do, you must ensure your own safety. Everything else is not important. Do you understand? Lin Yi solemnly urged Li Zhengming. In fact, he wanted Li Zhengming to solve the obvious threats first, so that it would be safer. Unfortunately, Li Zhengming wanted to keep the Li and Zhou families as bait to catch the mastermind behind them. In this regard, Lin Yi could not express any opinions. He could only ask him to take care of himself. If there was any difficulty, he could find Shangwan Laner. Most of it could be solved. For the sake of Lin Yi, even if Laner could not solve it, Shangwan Tianhua and Zhang Jingmiao behind her would definitely be able to solve it. At least, they could avoid many dangers like this time. Li Zhengming was moved. He nodded hard to show that he understood and would definitely do as Lin Yi said. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to leave Hao Zili and Min Huichun to protect Li Zhengming. However, he was not very assured about the loyalty of these two guys. If they really found the treasures and there was some advanced antidote in it, these two guys would definitely change sides. Then, Li Zhengming would be in danger. Moreover, having such two bodyguards around was not good for Li Zhengming's growth. Only in a difficult situation, a person would quickly become stronger. So in the end, Lin Yi gave up this idea. Well, you take care of yourself. I have to go to Middle Island immediately. When I come back, I hope to see you stronger. Lin Yi reached out and patted Li Zhengming's shoulder. Before leaving, Lin Yi left behind a storage bag. Inside were some elixirs and millions of spirit jade cards. These were not for Li Zhengming alone. The others who were not here had a share. With these resources, it was enough to ensure that they could increase their strength quickly. Li Zhengming was not polite with Lin Yi. His life was saved by Lin Yi. These resources were nothing. In the future, when he became stronger, he could use all means to repay this boss. After saying goodbye to Li Zhengming, Lin Yi took Linguza directly to the beach. Hao Zili and Min Huichun were obedient and stayed here. The main body of the flying spirit beast was a huge eagle. Now, it had also transformed into a human form. It turned into a handsome young man. At first glance, Lin Yi almost couldn't remember who this person was. Boss, are we going to sit on that guy's back and fly to Middle Island? Languza looked at the young man who was transformed by the flying spirit beast with disgust. As a dignified sea beast king, he really didn't want to mix with flying spirit beasts. Especially this guy looked very unpleasant to the eye. In the eyes of Languza, except for his boss, any handsome man was extremely unpleasant to the eye. Although he believed that no one in the world was more handsome than him except his boss, he would still instinctively reject this kind of person. They're too slow. Let's go to Middle Island by flying saucer. Lin Yi replied casually. He didn't think that the focus of Languza's words was not how to go to Middle Island. Languza was instantly elated. He raised his chin and said to Hao Zili and the other two, "We're going to the Middle Island. If you guys want to follow us, then hurry up and fly first. When we reach the Middle Island, just ask anyone and you'll know where boss is." This guy didn't want the three of them to sit on the flying saucer with him at all. Anyway, flying spirit beasts were used for traveling. He would let them fly slowly to Middle Island. "Boss Lin, aren't we going together?" Hao Zili asked with some apprehension. He even changed the way he addressed Lin Yi to boss like Languza did. Originally, Hao Zili thought that he would be a little embarrassed. But strangely, when he called Lin Yi boss, it didn't feel strange at all. It was as if he should call him that. "Boss Lin, we want to follow you wholeheartedly. Don't leave us behind." Min Hui-chun also hurriedly went forward with a smile. She pulled the young man who was transformed by the giant eagle and introduced him to Lin. "This is Fei Yi. Fei Yi, quickly greet Boss Lin." Fei Yi greets Boss Lin. This flying spirit beast transformed young man, Fei Yi, was a little shy. He cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. His speech was a little choppy. He should be the type who didn't like to talk much. He was completely different from Languza. "You guys come with us. My flying tool is enough to take all of you." Lin Yi smiled and comforted them. Anyway, the space in the flying saucer was big enough. It didn't matter if there were a few more of them. Hao Zili and the other two were immediately delighted. They were most afraid of being separated from Lin Yi. If the poison suddenly acted up, wouldn't they die unjustly? Moreover, only by following Lin Yi could they get the opportunity to perform and strive to get out of the abyss of suffering as soon as possible. Regarding this matter, the three of them had already discussed and reached an agreement. Seeing that Lin Yi had already decided, Languza naturally wouldn't continue to object. However, he still had something to say. "Since you guys have already recognized me as your boss, then you have to understand the rules. First of all, you have to make this first come, first serve clear. From now on, you have to call me Brother Lon. Do you hear me?" Lin Yi couldn't help but be amused. This guy was quite troublesome now. Why didn't he ask Chen Dongsheng and the others to call him Brother Lon in the past? Was it because Fei Yi was more handsome? Hao Zili and the other two were also convinced by Languza. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Languza. So what if they called him Brother Lon? Brother Lon. The three of them didn't say anything else. They all pretended to be respectful and shouted, which made Languza very satisfied. "All right, if you have anything to say, let's talk when we arrive at the Middle Island. We'll set off immediately." Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time. After taking out the flying saucer and activating it, he led everyone into the inner cabin. Hao Zili and the others were amazed. This was the first time they had seen this kind of flying tool. Whether it was the exterior or the interior, it had a metallic texture. It was completely different from the flying tools in the East Continent. Chapter 60-69. How Zili and others have been lucky enough to see flying tools before. Most of them were in the shape of spaceships or flying cars, and the interior was very ordinary. It was incomparable to Lin Yi's flying saucer with a 360-degree panoramic monitoring screen. After seeing this flying saucer, Hao Zili and others were more in awe of Lin Yi. They even felt that it was not a bad thing to follow Lin Yi wholeheartedly. When Lin Yi left the North Island, the Okuda Dam fleet was on the way to the North Island. If Lin Yi could stay on the North Island for a day or two, he might be able to go to the Middle Island with them. Without Lin Yi on the ship, Kai Zhongyang, Ho Guanqi, and others hardly went out. On the contrary, those who didn't get along with Lin Yi were very active, such as the Zheng family, Wei Jiating, and so on. On the deck of the ancient battleship, Wei Jiating, who had just attended a small trade fair, saw Hong Zhong alone. He immediately stepped forward and said proudly, "Hong Zhong, you went to the far north island this time, but you didn't buy anything useful. I really don't know how you became the shopkeeper of the North Island. It's a waste of the Chamber of Commerce's resources. When I return to the Middle Island, I will definitely impeach you. A person who doesn't do anything without doing anything. Do whatever you want. Now get out of my way. I don't want to see people like you." Hong Zhong didn't show any kindness to him, and his eyes showed undisguised contempt. Wei Jiating opposed Hong Zhong in public, which damaged the reputation of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Then he was humiliated by Hong Zhong and asked to leave. The two basically fell out, so there was no need to pretend to be polite. Wei Jiating was a little stunned. Hong Zhong's strength made him a little afraid. If there was a conflict, although he had 2 guards on his side, he had no confidence to deal with Hong Zhong. "Hong Zhong, don't be too arrogant. Is the ancient battleship your family? I like to be here. What do you do to me?" Wei Jiating said stubbornly. In fact, people with discerning eyes could see that this guy was just a wolf in sheep's clothing. If Hong Zhong stared at him, he would immediately shrink back. Hong Zhong glanced at Wei Jiating with disdain. It was really shameful to argue with such a person, so he just snorted and turned to look at the sea, ignoring Wei Jiating. Wei Jiating secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but he didn't dare to continue to provoke him. He laughed out loud twice and said that he would wait for him in the Middle Island. Then, he turned around and left with his guards. Not far away, Zheng Tianqing saw this scene, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Then he chuckled and followed Wei Jiating into the cabin area. Then he quickly caught up with Wei Jiating and whispered a few words in his ear. Wei Jiating paused for a second before smiling. He pulled Zheng Tianqing's arm into his room and started talking in private. As for what they talked about, whether it was directed at Lin Yi or Hong Zhong, or both of them at the same time, no one knew. Controlling the flying saucer, Lin Yi naturally didn't know what was happening on the ancient battleship. All his attention was on Han Jingjing, and he didn't know whether the spirit-gathering branch he had painstakingly obtained would work or not. The closer they got to the Middle Island, the more nervous Lin Yi became. If the spirit-gathering branch couldn't save Han Jingjing, what should he do? This flying tool is so powerful. It's at least 2 to 3 times faster than me. If I use it to return to the East Continent, I can get there in a few days. He was extremely excited. A flying tool that was faster than him was definitely a rare treasure. Therefore, he began to take the initiative to speak and forgot his shyness. Don't be surprised. You don't know how powerful the boss is. Follow the boss, and you'll benefit in the future. Languza glanced at Fei Yi with disdain, but he was secretly happy. It seemed that being the boss of a follower was not bad. It seemed that he had to ask the boss to take more followers in the future. Fei immediately became shy again. He bowed slightly to Languza and fell silent again. Brother Lon is very knowledgeable. Please take care of us in the future. May I know where Boss Lin bought this flying tool? If it's possible, I want to buy one too. Hao Zili hurriedly smiled and asked about the origin of the flying saucer. He really wanted to buy it, but he didn't know how many spiritual jades it would cost for such a high-grade flying tool. Where did you buy it? Stop joking. This was personally refined by Boss. He's the only one in the world. Even if you have a spiritual jade mine, you can't buy it. Languza raised his head proudly. In order to create a glorious image of Boss Lin Yi, this guy directly gave Han Jingjing's credit to Lin Yi. Boss and sister-in-law were a family anyway. So what was the difference? Sure enough, Hao Zili and the others were shocked when they heard this. The way they looked at Lin Yi had completely changed. A mystic second-level alchemist, and also a blacksmith who could create such a high-grade flying tool. His strength was also so strong. This was simply against the heavens. Lin Yi was too lazy to explain. He didn't care if he had a halo or 2 on him, but it would be safer for Han Jingjing to hide in the dark, in case someone coveted her talent and did something dangerous. All of you quiet down. Languza, if you have time, why don't you cultivate properly? Do you think that you're invincible now? Lin Yi controlled the flying saucer and said without turning his head. Although his tone was flat, several people in the cabin immediately shut up. Languza chuckled softly and took out a large piece of meat from his storage pouch. He cooked it briefly in the flying saucer's small kitchen and generously shared a little with his 3 little brothers. Then, he minded his own business and ate heartily. At a time like this, the person Languza was most grateful for was Han Jingjing. Only she would think of building a small kitchen in the flying saucer. If Lin Yi was the one who made the flying saucer, he wouldn't have made something so useless. For a foodie like him, just this point alone made Han Jingjing's flying saucer the best of all flying tools, even if it was higher level or faster. At first, Hao Zili and the others were still a little confused. Lin Yi let Languza cultivate. Why did this guy make food? Moreover, the rough cooking method also made them very resistant. They were really afraid that this guy would suddenly become hostile, so they didn't dare to refuse. When they tasted the first bite, they basically opened their mouths with the feeling of eating poison, but after they really ate it, they understood why Languza made food. Chapter 60-70. Especially Fei Yi, who was transformed from a flying spirit beast. Although the effect of eating sea beast meat was not as good as that of Languza, it was not much worse. On the other hand, Hao Zili and Min Huichun could not say that it was a waste, but the energy the humans could absorb in this way was too little. It was not even 1% of what Languza could absorb. Even so, the two of them still felt that a piece of meat was enough to match their training time for 2 hours. After all, Languza was using the meat of an Earth opening stage sea beast. At first, they thought that it was no different from eating poison. However, the 3 of them immediately devoured their portions in unison. Then, they looked at Languza eagerly, hoping that this fellow would share more with them. Unfortunately, in front of them was the foodie Languza. Sharing a little was enough to make him feel distressed for a long time. Want more? Dream on. Under the gaze of the 3 people, Languza ate the big piece of meat at a speed 10 times faster than the speed of the wind, not giving them a chance to speak. In terms of eating speed, Hao Zili and the other 2 added together with Languza still only had a fighting strength of 5. After he had finished eating, Languza even glanced at the 3 people who were dumbfounded. Then, he sat down and began to refine the meat. He had only eaten normal food for fun and to satisfy his appetite. It did not matter how much he ate. However, he had to refine and absorb the meat of an Earth expansion stage sea beast properly. Hao Zili and the other 2 looked at each other and could only sit down. In any case, the food that they had just eaten was still very good for their training. Time in training was the most worthless. When they opened their eyes again, Lin Yi had already controlled the flying saucer to fly to the sea near Middle Island. In the distant sea level, there was a faint black dot, which was Middle Island. With the speed of the flying saucer, they could reach it in 1 or 2 minutes. We are almost there. Everyone get ready. Lin Yi turned to look at Fei Yi. I'll put away the flying saucer in a while. At that time, you'll change back to your original body and take us to Middle Island. Is that okay? No problem. Don't worry, Boss Lin. Fei Yi quickly stood up and nodded shyly. Now, he felt that it was really good to follow Lin Yi. He could even take out the flesh of an Earth-opening realm sea beast as food. It could be seen that Lin Yi was very powerful. Therefore, Fei Yi was quite happy to have a chance to perform. Hao Zili and the others understood that Lin Yi did not want to expose the existence of the flying saucer, lest others covet it. In fact, in their opinion, Lin Yi was a little too cautious. Middle Island was not like East Continent. Apart from those old monsters who lived in seclusion, others might not be strong enough to rob Lin Yi. But since Lin Yi had already made up his mind, they naturally wouldn't say anything. They didn't want to make Lin Yi unhappy, and the day of detoxification would be even longer. The outline of Middle Island was already revealed. Lin Yi stopped the flying saucer high in the sky and opened the hatch to let Fei Yi go out first. He transformed into his original body of mountain eagle and flew below the flying saucer. The rest of them landed on Fei Yi's back one by one. Lin, he was the last to come out. He put away the flying saucer. After he sat down, Fei, he spread his wings and flew towards Middle Island. After a while, Fei, he landed in the outer area of Middle Island. Except for the sea beasts, there were no restrictions on other races, so no one would care about them. Only when they entered the central area would they be strictly interrogated. Strangers would also be secretly monitored. However, Lin, he was also a person of status in Middle Island. Naturally, he would not be troubled in this aspect. Because he was the one who brought them here, Languza and the others were not interrogated. However, if they caused trouble in Middle Island in the future, the people of Middle Island would still look for Lin Yi. As soon as he arrived at Tianan Pavilion, Tian Chan and Sydney had already come out to greet him. He didn't know where they got the news, but it seemed that they were not completely useless in the past few years in Middle Island. Linny, you're back. Did you buy the Spirit Gathering branch? Tian Chan didn't have time to exchange pleasantries and asked directly. Of course, otherwise why would I come back first? Lin Yi smiled faintly and nodded to the two as a greeting. Hello, sisters-in-law. Languza stepped forward and greeted with his fists. This guy was used to Lin Yi's female confidants popping up from time to time. Anyway, it was definitely right to call them sisters-in-law when he saw them. Last time when Lin Yi returned to Middle Island, he didn't let Languza come out and directly put him in the sea. Therefore, this was the first time he saw Tian Chan and Lin Yi. How Zili and the others followed suit and quickly greeted with their fists. Tian Chan and Sydney both blushed, but no one had any intention of denying it. These are my new underlings. You guys can get to know them later. How is Jingjing? Have there been any changes? Lin Yi was not in the mood to introduce them one by one. Now he was most concerned about Han Jingjing. If her situation worsened, it would be troublesome. No, Jingjing is still the same. She is exactly the same as when you went to the secular world. It seems that she is still in the secular world and hasn't returned. She doesn't seem to have encountered any danger for the time being. Tian Chan nodded slightly to Languza and the others and quickly answered Lin Yi's question. Then, she turned around and led him to the second floor. That's good. Lin Yi was also slightly relieved. He turned to Languza and instructed, Languza, take them to walk around nearby. I'll come find you guys when I'm done. Yes, boss. Languza agreed readily. He really wanted to see Han Jingjing. After all, he already knew her in the secular world. However, boss seemed to not want Hao Zili and the others to see Han Jingjing. As the number one underling of boss, of course, he could understand boss's intentions. Hao Zili and the others had no objections. After bidding farewell to Lin Yi and the others, they followed Languza out. Lin Yi led Tian Chan and Sydney up to Han Jingjing's room on the second floor. She was exactly the same as before. There was no change at all. Although this wasn't a good thing, it was at least not a bad thing. Lin Yi quickly walked forward and placed the soul-gathering branch in Han Jingjing's hand. Then, he began to pray in secret, hoping that the soul-gathering branch would be effective. After the soul-gathering branch was placed in Han Jingjing's hand, it began to faintly circulate. Gradually, the light spread to her body and enveloped her entire body. Lin Yi's anticipation grew. The soul-gathering branch's situation should be working. However, he did not know if Han Jingjing's essence soul would return to her body because of this. Chapter 60-71. The three of them just stared dumbly at Han Jingjing for an hour, not moving at all during that time. It was a pity that Han Jingjing's body didn't change at all other than that faint layer of light. It seems that the God-gathering branch can't bring Jingjing back. Lin Yi sighed and couldn't hide the slight disappointment on his face. It wasn't easy to get the God-gathering branch this time, so he had great expectations. Lin Yi, don't worry too much. Maybe the God-gathering branch has already taken effect, but it will take a few days or even a few months to bring Jingjing back. It's too early to make a conclusion now. Tian Chan also felt a little regretful, but she quickly composed herself and began to comfort Lin Yi. Yes, Lin Yi, Jingjing will be fine. The God-gathering branch has already taken effect on her, but it will take a little longer. Let's wait patiently. Maybe Jing Jing will wake up tomorrow? Sydney also gently comforted Lin Yi. Like Tian Shan, she was very grateful that Han Jingjing could go to the secular world to save Lin Yi, so she sincerely hoped that the God-gathering branch could bring Han Jingjing back. But in the current situation, in order not to let Lin Yi be too disappointed, the two of them could only try their best to hide the regret in their hearts. You're right. Maybe it's not time yet. Let's wait for a few more days. Lin Yi smiled slightly and could only use this reason to convince himself. Originally, he planned to set off for the South Continent as soon as possible after using the God-gathering branch to wake Han Jingjing up. But now he was worried and had to wait for a few more days to see what would happen. In the northernmost island, the God-gathering branch had caused a commotion. How Zeely and others chased after Lin Yi to get it, but they were counterattacked by Lin Yi. If people knew that Lin Yi left the God-gathering branch in the Tiandan Pavilion, he couldn't guarantee that no one would attack the Tiandan Pavilion when he was not there. In the next few days, Lin Yi stayed in Han Jingjing's room to see if there was any change in her. He also refined some elixirs for the Tiandan Pavilion to continue selling. As for Lang Guza and others, they were familiar with Tian Chan and Sydney and helped them. But except for Lang Guza, no one was allowed to go to the second floor to see Lin Yi. Seeing that there was no change in Han Jingjing after a few days, Lin Yi inevitably felt a little anxious. Although the God-gathering branch was precious, it seemed to have no effect on Han Jingjing's condition at present. If he continued to wait, the hope was quite slim. In fact, Lin Yi felt very guilty. He shouldn't have let Han Jingjing return to the Heaven Stage Island on her own. He knew that she used a deceptive method to come to the secular world. When she returned, he should have let her directly enter the space of the Jade Pendant. Although there might be problems with the integration after returning to the Heaven Stage Island, it was countless times safer than the current situation. Tian Shan, is there any reply from the secular world from the Central Chamber of Commerce? Lin Yi was annoyed. When he saw Tian Shan come up, he couldn't help but ask again. He had asked this question 4 or 5 times in the past few days. As long as he could receive a reply from the secular world, he might be able to know the news of Han Jingjing. If she really stayed in the secular world and couldn't come back, Lin Yi would find time to return to the secular world and directly use the space of the Jade Pendant to bring her to the Heaven Stage Island. No, these days I asked Min Hui Chan to go to the Central Chamber of Commerce 3 times a day to ask for a reply from the secular world. Unfortunately, they haven't received it. Maybe Lai Changyi is still investigating this matter and can't give the exact news for a while. Tian Shan pretended to be indifferent to comfort Lin Yi. In fact, she was a little uncertain in her heart. People from a secular world needed time to investigate, which meant that Han Jingjing didn't stay in the villa, which was really not good news. Lin Yi became more and more annoyed. He should have set off to the South Continent, but he couldn't go to the South Continent to do things without definite news about Han Jingjing. Is that bastard Kong Xiaoming purposely stalling for time so that we don't get our reply? No, I have to go to the Central Chamber of Commerce in person. Lin Yi decided to go to Kong Mingming personally to pressure him, but he also knew that the possibility was not high. With Zhong Pingyang watching from above, it wouldn't be easy for Kong Mingming to secretly detain the reply to Lin Yi from the secular world. Lin Yi's main purpose of going to the Central Chamber of Commerce this time was to ask Zhong Pingyang to find a way to find out about the situation in the secular world. Maybe he would have more detailed information. Tian Chan didn't have any opinion on this and nodded in agreement. Go. Jingjing will be fine with us taking care of her. Lin Yi, I need your help. As they were talking, the will of heaven quickly came up from the stairs. Seeing Lin Yi coming out of the room, he immediately waved his hand to greet him. Tiandan Pavilion had always been taken care of by the will of heaven, so there were no restrictions on him. He could come and go at any time. Tian bro, if there's anything you need, just tell me. As long as I can help, I won't say no. Lin Yi was still very respectful towards Tianxing, so he agreed without hesitation. As for going to the Central Chamber of Commerce, he could only put it off for now. If Zhong Pingliang had any news, he would find a way to inform him immediately. How's Jing Jing? Is she getting better? The will of heaven didn't directly state the purpose of his visit. Instead, he asked about Han Jingjing's situation. In fact, he came to visit Han Jingjing when he was free. He more or less understood that the effect of the spirit concentrating branch wasn't as good as he imagined. There's no change. Lin Yi sighed softly and approached the will of heaven. Brother Tian, what do you need my help with? Well, I shouldn't have come to you at this time, but only you can help me with this. It's about the creation battle art. The will of heaven didn't hide anything and directly stated his purpose of visit. What's wrong with the creation battle art? Lin Yi was a little puzzled. Did the will of heaven have a problem practicing the creation battle art? I found the clues to the follow-up of the creation battle art. However, that place requires at least 2 people who have practiced the creation battle art to enter. So, I can only ask for your help. In the entire Heavenly Island, I really can't find a second person besides you. The will of heaven was also helpless. It could be said that he had been looking for the follow-up of the creation battle art his whole life. Finally, he had a clue, but he found that he couldn't enter alone. This kind of depression couldn't be described easily. Chapter 6072. In other words, if he could not find the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art, he would only be able to reach this level for the rest of his life. The follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art? Where is it? Lin Yi was slightly startled. This matter could not be delayed. Although the follow-up mental cultivation method of the original version of the creation battle art was not very useful to him, it was completely different to the will of heaven. It's on a nameless, deserted island in the sea near the middle island. If everything goes well, we can come back in a day or 2. The will of heaven knew that Lin Yi agreed to help, so he was a little excited. Lin Yi did not know why the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art would be on a nameless, deserted island, but it did not matter as long as it was true. With the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art, Lin Yi could also verify it with the heaven-seizing battle art. Maybe he could make more discoveries. In that case, let's not delay. Let's go and come back early. Lin Yi immediately made a decision. It was only a day or 2, so it should not affect them. At the Tiandan Pavilion, Langza and the other 3 masters at the mountain opening stage would be safe for a short time. Lin Yi even left the 4 of them here to protect Han Jingjing and the God-gathering branch when he was considering going to the South Continent. Langza, Brother Tian, and I will go out for a day or 2. Take the 3 of them to protect the Tiandan Pavilion. If anyone dares to cause trouble, don't hold back. Lin Yi saw Langza when he went downstairs, so he immediately called him over and whispered to him. Langza nodded and patted his chest hard. Boss, don't worry. There will be no problem here. But boss, where are you going this time? Do you need to fight? Do you want me to go with you? No, you just need to do what I say. Lin Yi smiled faintly. After being idle for a few days, this guy was probably itching to fight again. Unfortunately, there really wasn't any chance for him to fight this time. He just needed to go to the island and find something. After giving a few instructions, Lin Yi followed the will of heaven out of the Tiandan Pavilion. As one of the deputy island masters of Middle Island, the will of heaven had the privilege of using flying spirit beasts at any place. Therefore, there were 2 flying spirit beasts raised by Middle Island officials waiting at the entrance, which saved Lin Yi the trouble of using the flying saucer. The 2 of them immediately rode on their flying spirit beasts and soared into the sky, flying towards the deserted island that the will of heaven had mentioned. The Middle Island's waters were extremely vast. With the speed of the flying spirit beasts, after traveling for half a day, they were still at the core of the Middle Island's waters. There were countless large and small deserted islands scattered on the surface of the sea. When the tide rose, at least half of them would sink into the sea and become submerged reefs. Only when the tide fell would the islands appear. It's there. The will of heaven on the flying spirit beast pointed to a deserted island in the distance. It was now the tide fell. The deserted island he was talking about was only about 1 square kilometer in size. The slope was very low, and it was likely to sink into the sea when the tide rose. Lin nodded and extended his divine sense to carefully search every inch of the deserted island. If not for the guidance of the will of heaven, he would never pay attention to this kind of small island that could be seen everywhere in the sea. Brother Heaven, how did you find this place? Lin, he didn't ask about this along the way. He was only thinking about how to bring Han Jingjing back to Heavenly Island. Only now did he remember that he should ask about the situation. It's also a coincidence. Recently, when I was wandering around the market, I actually found an incomplete ancient book. It mentioned a genius about 10,000 years ago who was also famous for cultivating the creation battle art. Then, in order to advance to the Earth opening stage, he came to a deserted island in this sea for seclusion. He may have left the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art. The will of heaven didn't hide anything and told Lin the source of the information. Lin, he was speechless. This kind of vague record, but the will of heaven could treat it as real. It showed how urgent his desire for the creation battle art was. He was simply not willing to let go of any possibility. This time, he really found the exact location. This sea was so vast, and there were at least 800 islands of different sizes, not including the small islands that had not surfaced for 10,000 years. The will of heaven spent a lot of effort to find this deserted island. Lin, he could totally imagine how much effort it took for him to find this deserted island. So, Brother Heaven, you can't be sure that this island will have the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art. Lin, he sighed softly. The will of heaven might have found the place where the genius from 10,000 years ago went into seclusion, but that person might not have left the mental cultivation method behind. No, I think there's a 90% chance that it's true. That's because the ancient book had mentioned that ever since that genius came here to undergo closed-door training, he never appeared again. It's very likely that he failed his advancement and died in the closed-door training grounds. Therefore, his mental cultivation method must have been left there. Tianxing spoke with certainty. At the same time, he had already controlled the flying spiritual beast to descend. After a while, the two arrived above the deserted island. Lin Yi's divine sense vaguely found traces of a concealment array on this island. The level was not low. It was at least arranged by an Earth rank array master above level 7. Usually, if Lin Yi didn't pay attention, he wouldn't have found it at all. This was because the concealment array had been damaged. If it was in good condition, it would never be exposed unless the ghost personally used divine sense to explore it. In that case, the possibility of the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art is very high. Since that person could advance to the Earth opening stage, at least it is more complete than the one in our hands. But if he failed to advance and fell, this mental cultivation method might still have flaws. Lin Yi jumped off the flying spirit beast and stood beside the will of heaven. The flaws of the creation battle art didn't matter to Lin Yi, but the will of heaven had to be careful when practicing it. The next time something happened, he might not be able to stay alive. Let's not talk about this first. As long as we can find the follow-up cultivation method, what's a trivial flaw? The will of heaven laughed and didn't care about it. Lin Yi smiled slightly and immediately felt relieved. If the will of heaven was really afraid of the flaws of the creation battle art, he wouldn't have chosen to practice this mental cultivation method in the first place. It was because of his heroic character that he was very compatible with the creation battle art. If it was someone else who was cautious and indecisive, there was no way for him to practice the creation battle art. Chapter 60-73. Lin Yi smiled and nodded in agreement. The will of heaven was indeed lucky. If the concealment formation hadn't been damaged, he probably wouldn't have been able to find this place even if he searched for another 100 years in this sea region with his formation skills. The restriction formation in front of them had reached the standard of a level 7 formation, and it was a rather rare technique. As the will of heaven had said, It required two people who cultivated in the creation-type battle art to activate their true chi in two directions at the same time to open the entrance. Brother Heaven, don't you think it's a little strange? That person is in seclusion to advance. So why would he set up such a formation? He's alone. Is there a need to set up a restriction that requires two people who cultivated in the creation-type battle art to work together to enter? Lin, he paced back and forth a few steps, pinching his chin as he looked at the will of heaven in confusion. The will of heaven was slightly stunned. He really hadn't thought about this problem. In fact, he didn't have much research in the field of formations. He only knew that this restriction required two people who cultivated in the creation-type battle art to work together because of the hint he received after trying it. Is there something strange here? After being reminded by Lin, the will of heaven also felt that this setting was very strange. After thinking for a while, he said resolutely, Lin, let's go back. We haven't solved Jingjing's problem yet, so we'll talk about this later. Brother Heaven, you want to send me back and take the risk alone, right? It says that two people are needed to open this place. You can't go in alone. Lin, looked at the will of heaven speechlessly. This person wasn't a scheming person, so he could tell what he was thinking at a glance. When he heard that this place might be strange, he didn't want Lin to take the risk, so he continued to study alone. Unfortunately, the excuse he came up with was too lousy. How about this? Help me open the restriction first, then you can go back. I want to explore alone and don't want to share everything inside with you. The will of heaven looked at Lin very seriously, as if what he said was the truth. Lin couldn't help but laugh. When did the will of heaven become so sentimental? That's enough, my big brother. Don't talk nonsense with me. Let's break the restriction formation and see what's going on inside. Lin shook his head and began to study the structure of the restriction formation. Forget it. The will of heaven, am not suited to speak such empty words. As expected, you saw through me in an instant. So what if it was strange? If you and I join hands, all demons and monsters will be annihilated. The will of heaven threw his head back and laughed. He had regained some of his previous heroic demeanor. This formation is quite advanced. Apart from two cultivators of the creation battle art joining hands, if you want to enter, you can only break the formation by force. But that would require the attack power of at least the late stage of Earth opening to the great completion of Earth opening. It seems that the two of us can only choose the first way. Lin smiled slightly and took the initiative to walk to a formation door. In fact, if Lin came alone, there was also a chance that he could enter. For example, he could use the Wood Forest 1000 transformations to create a doppelganger. At the same time, he could use the Heaven's Fortune battle art to open the restriction formation. Another way was to use the lightning escape technique to teleport back and forth between two positions, creating an illusion of transferring genuine chi at the same time. But this method was much more difficult. The will of heaven didn't have this kind of martial arts, so he had never thought about it. While Lin was studying it, he had thought of countless ways to crack it. Unfortunately, there were only a few that could work. I asked you to come here because I want you to choose the first way. The will of heaven laughed and strode in another direction, facing Lin. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, they stretched out their palms, pressed on the position of the formation door, and began to transfer the genuine chi of the creation battle art. Although Lin Yi's Heaven's Fortune battle art had been mutated, his genuine chi itself was omnipotent genuine chi. If he wanted to return to the orthodox creation battle art, it was not difficult at all. In just about a breath of time, the restriction formation in front of him made a soft sound, revealing a passage that could allow one person to walk normally. Well, let's go in. This entrance can only last for 3 breaths. Lin said to the will of heaven, and was ready to enter first. I'll go first. The will of heaven rushed forward and rushed into the passage before Lin. If it was someone else, they might think that the will of heaven was very impolite, as if he was worried that others would rob him of his things. However, Lin knew that the will of heaven was afraid that there was danger inside, so he walked in front, with the intention of walking into a landmine for Lin Yi. In terms of strength, the current Lin Yi far surpassed the will of heaven. However, because Lin Yi was the one who asked Lin Yi to help before the will of heaven fell, he must not allow any damage to happen to Lin Yi. Be careful. Lin Yi did not say much, but reminded with a faint smile. He followed behind the will of heaven, and his divine sense penetrated into the passage first, carefully observing for any abnormalities. After entering the array prohibition, the scene in front of him changed. It looked like a huge rock from the outside, but now it was a stone staircase deep underground. Lin Yi's divine sense could only explore a few dozen meters, and he could not see the bottom of the stone staircase. Obviously, there was an arrangement to restrict divine sense. Lin Yi, you were right. This is indeed a bit strange. Ordinary people would not go deep underground when they do closed-door training, especially our creation battle art, which is a first-class heart cultivation method. Only by getting closer to the sun, moon, and stars can we feel the awe-inspiring righteousness between heaven and earth, so as to increase the speed of cultivation. It seems that there are some errors in the ancient records. The will of heaven also became more and more suspicious of the authenticity of this place. However, with his character, since he was already here, of course, he had to find out the truth. Maybe that genius failed to advance and fell here because he went deep underground to train, Lin Yi said with a smile, and his divine sense began to try to break the prohibition here. The divine sense vortex attack method was very effective in tearing the divine sense prohibition. In a short time, the exploration range of Lin Yi's divine sense expanded several times, and finally he could see the end of the stone staircase. All the way down, there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 stone steps, and from the distance, it was estimated that it was about 1,000 meters deep under the sea. The will of heaven operated all the genuine qi in his body to maintain a state of defense, and did not dare to neglect the slightest. However, along the way, nothing happened. It seemed that this long stone staircase was just an ordinary stone staircase, and there were no traps. Chapter 6074. The two of them soon came to the end of the stone steps. There was a bronze door that was tightly shut, but the material was obviously not as simple as bronze. There was no restriction on it that could block divine sense, but Lin Yi's divine sense could not penetrate it. The will of heaven raised his hand and motioned for Lin Yi to temporarily stop on the stone steps. Then he came to the front of the bronze door, stretched out his palm that was wrapped in genuine qi, and gently stroked the surface of the door. The rust on the surface rustled under the influence of the will of heaven's genuine qi and slowly revealed mysterious lines. Lin Yi did not stand behind as he was told, but silently came to the side of the will of heaven and carefully looked at the lines. The will of heaven glanced at Lin Yi beside him and did not say anything, but his heart raised a bit of vigilance. If there was any danger, he must first ensure the safety of Lin Yi. As for the fact that Lin Yi was stronger than him, he completely ignored it. Did you see anything? The will of heaven's palm continued to slowly and steadily stroke the surface of the door, revealing more lines. It looks like a door-opening array pattern. It's not too difficult. It's about the same as before. All we need to do is to inject our primary energy in different places. But this time, we need to inject our primary energy into 4 points. So, we need to use our hands separately. Lin Yi smiled slightly, and then pointed out the 4 points that needed to input genuine qi, and took the lead to choose 2 points and put his hand on them. In fact, Lin Yi was more interested in the material of the door. It could directly block the penetration of divine sense. If he sent it to the Junk King, he could make a lot of good things. Unfortunately, now is not the time to dismantle the door. The will of heaven stopped the cleaning work, which was less than 30% left, and directly put his hands on the other 2 points that Lin Yi pointed out. At the same time, the two people input the genuine qi of the battle art of creation, and sure enough, the bronze door began to slowly open. Lin Yi's divine sense swept through the open gap. Inside was a stone room about 100 square meters, more than 6 meters high. There was nothing special. It looked very empty. On the wall opposite the bronze door, there were 3 2-meter-high stone caves arranged in a triangular shape, but there was a restriction at the cave entrance, and Lin Yi's divine sense could not break it for a while. After the bronze door was half open, it was enough for them to pass. The will of heaven took the lead and quickly glanced around, and found no danger, then let the door open and let Lin Yi in. Lin Yi was also speechless. The will of heaven had always treated him as a person to be protected along the way, and to be honest, he was not used to it. But for the kindness of the will of heaven, Lin Yi could not say anything more. Those 3 stone caves. Maybe they're the places where the geniuses practice according to the ancient records. Let's go in and see. The will of heaven strode forward, and soon came to the bottom of the cave in the stone wall. The restriction here only blocked the divine sense, but it could not stop people, so he only needed to jump in. This was what Lin Yi felt strange about. It was obviously a place for private seclusion. Was it necessary to set up this kind of restriction to block other people's divine sense from prying? Even if it was to be set up, it would be more appropriate to prevent people from accidentally breaking in, right? Brother Heaven, wait a minute. These stone caves are a bit strange. Lin Yi raised his voice to stop the will of heaven from entering the stone cave. He was ready to break the restriction first and explore with his divine sense. Is there anything wrong? The will of heaven turned back to ask Lin Yi, but just saw a gray air mass rising under the feet of Lin Yi, who walked to the middle position and suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful." Lin Yi's heart jumped. His divine sense checked back and forth in this empty place and did not find any danger, so his attention was focused on the 3 stone caves with divine sense restriction. He did not expect that there was such a hidden mechanism in the most central place. The strange thing was that the space of the jade pendant did not give any warning this time. Lin even wondered if there was something wrong, but then he knew why there was no warning, because it was not dangerous for him at all. Jia, a young man at the peak of the late stage of mysterious ascension. There is no more suitable body than this. The gray air mass made a sharp, strange laugh and instantly enveloped Lin Yi's body, and then desperately penetrated into the direction of his sea of consciousness. Possession? Lin Yi could not help but secretly laugh. No wonder the space of the jade pendant did not even bother to send out a warning. He could be afraid of anything, but really not afraid of possession. Not to mention other things, just this ghostly thing, the ancestor-level character of the primordial spirit, is enough to make people who want to possess a good drink. Not to mention Lin Yi himself is proficient in the primordial spirit devouring. Want to possess him? Are you sure it is not coming to him to be a dish? As for the soul hook hand, divine sense vortex, and so on, Lin Yi was too lazy to use them. Of course, the primordial spirit devouring Lin, he did not want to use it easily. The cleaning up after Li Shuigao's soul search has not been completed. He does not want to make his mind a mess. A layer of small lightning arc appeared on the surface of Lin Yi's body in an instant, making a slight crackling sound. The primordial spirit that wanted to possess Lin Yi suddenly screamed, as if it had seen a ghost, and frantically escaped from Lin Yi's body. You are actually a thunder-type cultivator. The gray mass of air became slightly thinner. Its voice was filled with unconcealable fear. For a primordial spirit, what is the most terrifying opponent? Is there need to ask? Besides alchemy fire, it is thunder-type cultivator. This is the existence that can easily destroy a primordial spirit. Even if it is the primordial spirit devouring, it is ranked behind the thunder. Sorry, I just happen to know a little thunder-type attack. Why don't you try again? Maybe you can succeed. Lin Yi looked at the primordial spirit playfully, roughly guessing some of the ins and outs of this matter. The information found by the will of heaven should be true, but it is not complete. This primordial spirit is most likely that genius. He left that record to attract people who practice the creation battle art to find him, and then take the opportunity to possess a body and be reborn. If his guess was correct, This primordial spirit already knew that his physical body was about to be destroyed, so he set up this trap. The entrance condition of the formation was also to restrict the person who entered to someone who had cultivated the creation battle art. This way, after he took over the body, he would be able to connect seamlessly. Why was there no danger along the way? Now it was easy to explain. It was not easy to get a body to possess. How could he bear to kill or injure it? As for the divine sense restriction on the stone cave, it was probably to divert the attention of the person who entered. Lin Yi was very unfortunate to be trapped. If not for the fact that he was not afraid of possession, he would have been successfully possessed by the primordial spirit. There is no need for Lin Yi to speak. The ghost's divine sense had already spread out, and in an instant, it repeatedly scanned the space. Kid, this fool is right. There's indeed a level 9 array here. I really didn't notice it if I didn't check carefully. The good news is that this level 9 trap and kill array should be just a formation plate. Its power is countless times weaker than the Starfall array. The bad news is that even if it is countless times weaker than the Starfall array, it is still very easy to kill you instantly. The ghost was very efficient, immediately giving professional advice. But why did Lin Yi listen to it? He felt a little gloating. Ignoring the ghost, Lin Yi reached out and grabbed and put away the lightning net. The soul thought that its threat had worked and suddenly wanted to continue to be arrogant. But suddenly, an invisible hand completely grabbed it, and it could not move at all. There is no doubt that this was Lin Yi's ultimate skill, the soul hooking hand. Originally, he did not intend to use this skill, but since there was a level 9 trap and kill array plate here, he could not hold back and must ensure his safety. I don't think you will tell me how to break this trap and kill array plate, right? So I decided to do as you said and try to find the answer myself. Lin Yi smiled slightly, thinking about whether to use the spirit devour or soul search to deal with this soul. Both were not his favorite methods. It was really a dilemma. How do you know that this trap and kill array is a formation plate? The soul was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked Lin, carefully recalling what it had said just now. It did not seem to mention the words array plate. Before it could figure out, the soul imprisoned by the soul hooking hand felt a faint pulling force coming from Lin Yi's direction. Spirit devour? This guy was really experienced. With just a slight feeling, he immediately recognized the skill that Lin Yi was using and at the same time screamed, "Stop! Stop! I admit defeat. I surrender." Feeling the threat of the spirit devour, the soul immediately panicked. Lin Yi's lightning arcs were indeed terrifying, but he relied on the level 9 trap and kill array plate. Once he was seriously injured, he would perish together with Lin Yi, so he still had the confidence to be arrogant. Spirit devour was different. Although the pain was much lighter than the lightning arcs, if the soul was devoured by Lin Yi, the level 9 trap and kill array plate bound to the soul would definitely not be triggered. In other words, if he died in vain, why must he die? Huh, I thought you were tough. It turns out that you are only SOSO. Lin Yi looked at the soul mockingly and did not continue to use Spirit Devour. In the end, Lin Yi really did not want to casually devour those messy soul. He felt that his sea of consciousness would become a sea of garbage. Since you have surrendered, then hand over the control of the level 9 trap and kill array first. Lin Yi was not going to be polite. The level 9 trap and kill array plate was definitely a good thing. The level 8 concealment array plate he snatched was already extremely precious, but compared to the current one, it was directly trash. The soul was also not long-winded, knowing that he was unable to resist, so he simply and neatly removed the binding to the trap and kill array plate, handing over the control. Why can't I take out this array plate? Lin Yi wanted to put away the trap and kill array plate directly, but found that he could control it, but he could not put away the array plate. Suddenly, his face became a little ugly. Because this array plate has been set up for too long, it is already integrated with this place. If you want to take it out, you have to destroy this place, but if you destroy this place, you can't keep the array plate. The soul explained carefully, for fear that Lin Yi would use Spirit Devour, Thunder Net Attack, and so on. Lin Yi was suddenly speechless, a level 9 trap and killer ray plate. He could only see it, but not take it. He thought that he had made a fortune this time, but in the end, it was still like drawing water with a wicker basket. Chapter 6076. My name is Wang Ba. The creation battle art is in the stone room where I cultivate. Actually, what I have is not the complete version of the creation battle art. I can only cultivate it to the great completion of the earth opening realm, because I don't have the follow-up mental cultivation method. That's why my body collapsed, and only my primordial spirit survived for 10,000 years. The primordial spirit, Wang Ba, sighed. According to the information that the will of heaven had found, this guy came to cultivate in seclusion to advance to the earth opening realm. It was obviously a lie. In fact, he already had the strength of the great completion of the earth opening realm. 10,000-year-old tortoise. Quite a good match for you. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Was this guy here to make fun of him? It's Wang Ba. Wang Ba from the Wang Ba Empire, not tortoise. Wang Ba shouted angrily. Then, he remembered that he was not facing a kind person, so he quickly lowered his voice. He was extremely nervous, afraid that a few lightning arcs would suddenly appear. I don't care if you're Wang Ba or tortoise. Just hand over the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked suspiciously, 10,000-year-old tortoise, the creation battle art that's passed down on Heaven Level Island can only be cultivated to the great completion of the nascent soul realm. Don't tell me that it's all you're doing. Don't lie. You know I can find the truth myself. You can even guess that? He's simply too brilliant and mighty. Wang Ba did not dare to hide anything. He quickly flattered Lin Huang and carefully explained, actually, 10,000 years ago, the creation battle art was only the incomplete version in my hands. No one else cultivated it except me. So, even if I wanted to possess someone at that time, there was no suitable person, so you made the incomplete creation battle art even more incomplete and then spread it out in large quantities. You also left behind such an obscure message to attract people who cultivated the creation battle art to find a follow-up mental cultivation method so that you could seize the opportunity to possess them. Lin Yi sneered and interrupted Wang Ba. He had more or less figured out what had happened. This bastard Wang Ba was really ruthless. In order to leave a way out for himself if he failed to break through to the sea-splitting stage, Wang Ba purposely spread the creation battle art. As long as someone saw this kind of peerless mental cultivation method, there would be people who could not help but cultivate it. Even if they knew it was a trap, they would still jump into it involuntarily. Just like when Lin Yi first came into contact with the creation battle arts, those fellows in the same batch did not even have the courage to flip through the creation battle arts and directly destroyed the creation battle arts that were distributed to them. There was a reason for this. In the past 10,000 years, it was unknown how many people had cultivated the creation battle art, but could only helplessly perish when they reached the nascent soul stage. The will of heaven was lucky to have met Lin Yi. Otherwise, he would have been a cripple and could not escape the fate of dying in depression. Once someone cultivated the creation battle art, they would definitely continue to search for the subsequent mental cultivation arts, such as the will of heaven. Unfortunately, that bastard Wang Ba was really unlucky. In the past 10,000 years, only the will of heaven had found this place. Lin even suspected that the damage to the concealment formation outside was not caused by the passage of time. In order to make people pretend to have found this place after much effort, it was highly possible that the bastard Wang Ba had done this on purpose. Otherwise, the entrance to the second layer of the formation would not have given people a hint so easily. You're really amazing. You're definitely smart. It was an absolutely flawless plan. Absolutely. Wang Ba was secretly shocked, but he kept praising Lin Yi. Although he suspected that he was flattering Lin Yi, it was a true reflection of the shock in his heart. With just a few words, Lin, he had made such an accurate deduction. What exactly was this young man's background? He was too crazy. Not only was he crazy in terms of strength, but he was also crazy in terms of his meticulous thinking. Lin, he did not think that he was that great. The reason he could deduce so many things was not only because he had a lot of clues, but also because he had a clear view of things as a bystander. In addition, he had a flash of inspiration just now. It was impossible for him to analyze and deduce like this all the time. Lin E, you're saying that everything about the creation battle art was a trap set up by Wang Ba? The shock in the will of Heaven's heart was no less than Wang Ba's since the beginning. Now that he had finally sorted out his thoughts, he still looked like he could not believe it. That's right, Brother Tian. If you want to beat him up to vent your anger, I can help you. Linny smiled. No matter who it was, they would feel uncomfortable when they heard that the mental cultivation method that they cultivated with their life was just a bait thrown by someone else on purpose. Even a bold person like the Will of Heaven would not be an exception. That was why Lin made such a suggestion. If the Will of Heaven could beat Wang Ba up in exchange for a clear mind, it would be beneficial for his future cultivation. Ha, there's no need for that. I won't be angry. Chapter 77. Apparently, Wang Ba also thought of this. He panicked and could not help begging for mercy. I can give you anything, as long as you don't take the Dark Sea soul-condensing fluid away. It's all because of the Dark Sea soul-condensing fluid that I can survive. Why would a guy who cultivated the creation battle art choose a place deep underground for seclusion? The truth was finally revealed. It was because only here could there be the Black Sea soul-condensing fluid that could nourish the primordial spirit. In fact, Lin, he had found it strange at the beginning. How could a primordial spirit retain such a powerful strength after 10,000 years? He knew it when he encountered the ghost. Later, when he found that he could not take the formation plate away, he realized that the level 9 trap and kill formation here had another function, which was to protect the small mass of Black Sea soul-condensing fluid. Wang Ba was not lying. If he had not had the Black Sea soul-condensing fluid, his primordial spirit would have been at the foundation establishment stage after his body collapsed after failing to break through to the sea-splitting stage. How could he have possessed others? After 10,000 years, the primordial spirit of a foundation establishment stage cultivator should have dissipated for many years. Although this guy had been restrained by Lin E, his primordial spirit was still at the peak of the early stage of the Earth creation stage. It was probably because of the Black Sea soul-condensing fluid that he could cultivate to such a level in 10,000 years. Boy, the Black Sea soul-condensing fluid is good stuff. It's not only useful for me, but also for you. Don't let go of such a treasure. The ghost was also excited and could not help reminding Lin E. If he had obtained such a mass of Black Sea soul-condensing fluid in the secular world, he would have recovered his original strength. Even if he was just a primordial spirit, he would still be able to dominate the world. As long as he did not encounter a freakish cultivator like Lin E who specialized in restraining primordial spirits. If you had told me the truth, I might have considered leaving you half of the Black Sea soul-condensing fluid. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Lin E smiled faintly. He waved his fist and released a stream of genuine chi to open the ground in the center, revealing a small jade trough. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Yi's genuine chi wrapped the ball of light golden Dark Sea soul-condensing liquid and flew into the air. Then he divided it into small balls and put it into 10 exquisite jade bottles. Wang Ba watched all this happen, but he did not dare to move at all. Lin Yi's methods restrained him too much. It was painful to lose the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid, but the pain was dozens or even hundreds of times more intense when the Thunder Arc or the primordial spirit was devoured. Finally, there were 2 drops of Dark Sea soul-condensing liquid left. Lin, he did not take them away. but return them to the jade trough. I'll leave these 2 drops for you. They can at least guarantee your survival for a long time. If you don't behave yourself, I won't be polite with you anymore." Lenny looked at Wang Ba coldly. The primordial spirit that had lost its physical body was different from when he went to the secular world. It was very difficult to form a primordial spirit body, and as time passed, it would become more and more difficult for it to survive. Wang Ba said dejectedly, "I see. What else do you want to know? Ask away. I don't have anything good to give you anyway. Go and open the restriction of the cave first." He pointed at the 3 caves on the rock wall. He could also open the restriction of the cave entrance, but with Wang Ba around, there was no need for him to waste his energy. Wang Ba did not dare to disobey, so he floated over obediently and removed the restriction that blocked his divine consciousness. Lin Yi's divine consciousness instantly swept into the cave. The one at the top was indeed arranged like a cultivation room. There was a brown jade cushion in the middle, and there was a damaged level 7 spirit gathering formation around the cushion. Perhaps it was caused by this guy's failure to break through back then, so he did not repair it after he became a primordial spirit. The other 2 caves were bigger. One of them had a casting pool, and the other looked like a nursery. Something must have been planted there in the past, but now it was barren. It was a miracle that the soil had not turned into stone. You know how to cast weapons and cultivate spiritual herbs? Do you also know how to study craftsmanship and alchemy? Lenny glanced at Wang Ba and could not help but feel curious. Plus the formations that he had set up earlier, this bastard was an all-rounder. "I just know a little. I'm just kidding. Casting weapons is to make some formation flags. It's convenient to set up formations, but I can't cultivate spiritual herbs. Basically, spiritual herbs don't grow in this place." Wang Ba was quite humble. It seemed like he was scared of Lin Yi, so he did not dare to show any arrogance. "Do you have any more formation flags? Take them out and let me see." Lin Yi wanted to ask the tattered king to refine some formation flags for him. It would be best if Wang Ba had more. Formation flags that could be used to set up level 7 formations were high level enough for him. At his current stage, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, with the ghost's guidance, Lin Yi felt that his progress in formations would be very fast. Chapter 6078. As he spoke, Lin Yi flew into the cave with Wang Ba. The will of heaven had already searched the cave and found nothing. This place was originally empty. There was only a brown jade praying mat that was slightly more eye-catching. There was nothing else. Tianxing flipped the jade praying mat in his hand and did not find anything unusual. "Where is it?" Lin Yi looked at Wang Ba and asked calmly. "Loosen up a little. I'll remove the formation. Are you afraid that I can escape from you?" Wang Ba was restrained by Lin Yi. He could not do anything other than speak, which was why he made such a request. Lin Yi did not suspect anything. The stone room was only so big, so there was no need to worry that Wang Ba would escape. Hence, he loosened up on Wang Ba. "Thank you very much." Wang Ba laughed and floated to the futon. At the same time, he released his divine consciousness. The futon suddenly lit up and enveloped Wang Ba. "It's a miniature teleportation formation," the ghost exclaimed. The miniature teleportation formation was hidden in the futon, and even it could not detect it. The formation did not seem to be of a high level. It was probably because the method of setting up the formation was completely different from what it knew. Lin Yi did not say a word and moved the soul hook. Unfortunately, Wang Ba had already entered the teleportation light. The light blocked the soul hook completely, so it could not affect Wang Ba at all. "Hurry up and go in. Otherwise, we won't be able to activate the second teleportation in a short time." The ghost communicated with Lin Yi through divine consciousness at an extremely fast speed. In the outside world, it was almost like time had stopped. Because of that, before the miniature teleportation formation could send Wang Ba away, Lin Yi and the soul hook had already entered the teleportation light at almost the same time. The soul hook was blocked, but Lin Yi successfully rushed into the teleportation light. Wang Ba's pride had just risen, but it immediately turned into fear. Don't come in. This teleportation formation can only teleport one person. Wang Ba only managed to say half a sentence. After a flash of light, he and Lin Yi disappeared completely, leaving the futon to return to its original brown color as if nothing had happened. Lin Yi, the will of heaven, was shocked. It happened so fast that he could not react in time. Although he knew he should stop Wang Ba, his body could not keep up. Before coming in, the will of heaven wanted to protect Lin Yi wholeheartedly, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Yet, he had to watch Lin Yi disappear. The anger he felt almost made him lose his mind. If he had not heard half of what Wang Ba said and knew that this was a teleportation formation, Lin Yi might not have been in danger. The will of heaven would have wanted to kill him. On the other side, Lin Yi's vision darkened after entering the teleportation formation. He felt a great pain all over his body. The heaven-stealing battle art automatically activated, and when he finally suppressed it, he felt dizzy again. Even his primordial spirit was showing signs of instability. The 10,000-year-old tortoise did not lie. This miniature teleportation formation could not withstand the teleportation of two people, even if one of them was just a primordial spirit. After some time, maybe a few days, or maybe just a moment, when Lin Yi felt that his primordial spirit was about to collapse, a drop of light golden Xianhai soul-condensing liquid was sent into his consciousness ocean, instantly stabilizing his primordial spirit. The next moment, Lin Yi found himself in a stone room that was very similar to the one before. If there was not a small rock bookshelf, he would have thought that he had not been teleported away. Senior Ghost, where is that 10,000-year-old tortoise? Lin Yi shook his head. He knew that the ghost had saved him with the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid at the critical moment, but he did not know if Wang Ba, the bastard, was still alive. Don't worry about him. The miniature teleportation formation can indeed only withstand one person's teleportation. During the teleportation, that unlucky guy was torn into pieces. If you did not have the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid, your primordial spirit would have been severely damaged. The ghost was also a little scared. If Lin Yi died, the space in the jade pendant would probably collapse, and the ghost would not be able to escape. Although it had the soul wood and the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid, it was impossible for it to survive the collapse of the space in the jade pendant and the tearing force of the teleportation formation. He got lucky. Lin Yi sighed softly. He had underestimated this old monster who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. It found a chance to escape when he was slightly careless. Although this guy was dead in the end, he could not use the primordial spirit devouring skill or the soul searching skill to find any information. Fortunately, this stone room should be another place where Wang Ba cultivated. The teleportation formation was set up to leave a way out. If he guessed correctly, the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle tactics should be here. Senior Ghost, how far is the distance of the miniature teleportation formation? Where are we now? Lin Yi had completely lost the concept of time during the teleportation. He did not even know how long had passed, so he could only ask the ghost. We're still on that island. The teleportation time was only 1 second, but this stone room was hidden by Wang Ba with a formation, so we didn't find this place before. Speaking of which, this guy's formation skills are really good. I've never seen this kind of formation technique before. If I have time, I'd like to study it here. It was rare for the ghost to be so serious, so Lin Yi immediately paid attention to it. Even an Earth-level formation master like the ghost was full of praise. If he could find Wang Ba's formation book, it would not be inferior to the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle tactics. The most eye-catching thing in this stone room was naturally the rock bookshelf. There were 4 rectangular jade boxes on it. There was a restriction on the jade boxes to prevent the things inside from being damaged. Lin Yi kept his divine consciousness on high alert. He slowly walked to the rock bookshelf and casually broke the restriction on one of the jade boxes. The restriction was only used to protect the jade box and was not very complicated, so it was easy to break it. Before opening it, Lin Yi first used his divine consciousness to check carefully. Wang Ba, that be Astra's starred, was very cunning. Who knew if there were other traps in these jade boxes? The ghost did not dare to be negligent. It checked with Lin Yi together. After confirming that there were no problems, it let Lin Yi open the jade box in his hand. There was a thin book in the jade box. It seemed to be made of some kind of silk. Without the protection of the restriction, it would have been rotten after 10,000 years. Lin Yi was very careful now, afraid that he would cause irreparable damage to the book. Then, in the span of a breath, more than a dozen black dots appeared in succession. These black dots circled around the small black dot in the center in an orderly manner. Soon, they formed a simple diagram. This is a grade 1 formation. Lin Yi blinked and looked at the 10,000 amplification formation in surprise. Not waiting for him to finish speaking, these little black dots slightly changed their positions, forming another level 1 array diagram. After a few breaths, a third array diagram appeared. At this point, if Lin Yi still did not know what kind of treasure this 10,000 amplification formation was, he would be too stupid. So Wang Ba learned his formation skills from this. With this kind of treasure, it's not difficult to become a formation master, Lin Yi exclaimed. He then put the 10,000 amplification formation into the space of the jade pendant and handed it to Gue Dongxi to study. He needed to meet up with the will of heaven as soon as possible so that the will of heaven would not worry about him. Chapter 6080. I see. That means the eternal tortoise is very talented in formations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to set up a formation that even you can't see through. All right, Senior Ghost, how do we leave this place? Can the miniature teleportation formation still be used? Lin Yi had already searched the stone room as he spoke, but he did not find any exit. It seemed like Wang Ba relied on teleportation to get in and out of this place. The teleportation formation is broken. It won't be fixed in a short time. Stay here quietly for now. The ghost was focused on studying the myriad amplification formation diagram. It did not have the time to fix the teleportation formation. Moreover, it could not fix it, at least not before it finished studying the myriad amplification formation diagram. Lin Yi was speechless. What did it mean by stay here quietly for now? Didn't it know that the will of heaven was anxiously waiting outside? Don't even think about destroying this stone room by force. Wang Ba has set up a formation outside. If you move here, the entire island might collapse. Don't blame me for not warning you when you can't get out. Just give me a day or two. I'll think of a way then. The ghost continued studying the myriad amplification formation diagram after saying that, not caring about what Lin Yi was thinking. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to force a way out, but he did not dare to do so after hearing the ghost's warning. It did not matter to him, but it would be troublesome if he buried the will of heaven here. Lin Yi had no choice but to take out the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art and study it by himself. There were no follow-up problems with the stolen fortune battle art after it was combined with the art of dragon mastery. As long as Lin Yi continued to deduce it, he could continue to cultivate. However, with the original creation battle art as a reference, the deduction would be even more perfect. At first, Lin Yi only wanted to kill time and wait for the ghost, but after studying the creation battle art, he was completely immersed in it. The stolen fortune battle art was a mental cultivation method that Lin Yi had derived when he was in the foundation establishment stage. He had not modified it since. In fact, he should have derived it again when he reached the nascent soul stage. After all, the understanding of mental cultivation and cultivation between the two stages were completely different. This time, with the original creation battle art as a reference, Lin Yi immediately discovered some shortcomings of the stolen fortune battle art. Actually, it was not that it was lacking. It was just that he could find a more perfect solution at a different level. Before he knew it, Lin Yi's Heaven's stolen fortune battle art had started to circulate on its own, and it was being perfected in the process. The spiritual energy around him was being guided, slowly gathering around Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who had inadvertently entered the state of cultivation, instinctively felt that the spiritual energy around him was insufficient. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large pile of spiritual jades from the space of the jade pendant and piled them up in the stone room. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the space of the jade pendant was also transmitted into Lin Yi's body. The place where Lin Yi was now was the second place that Wang Ba used to practice in seclusion. With the appearance of a large pile of spiritual jades, a hidden spirit gathering formation was also activated. All the spiritual energy was gathered in the stone room and even formed a spiritual vortex, which was crazily absorbed by Lin Yi's body. Everything seemed to be natural. Lin Yi broke through the barrier of the peak of the late stage of Mysterious Ascension and officially stepped into the Mysterious Ascension Great Perfection with almost no effort. At the same time, the strength of his divine sense also rose. The two breakthroughs were at the same time, or it could be said that the two complemented each other. In the future, Lin Yi's advancement would probably be like this. It was completely different from the cultivators on the Heaven Stage Island. It was somewhat similar to the way the ancient underworld used divine sense to drive strength, but it was also not exactly the same. After entering the Mysterious Ascension Great Perfection, Lin Yi did not stop cultivating. Taking advantage of the opportunity of perfecting the stolen fortune battle art, his strength rose rapidly. In a short period of time, he had completely stabilized his strength and was constantly accumulating strength. As time passed, Lin Yi could feel that he was almost twice as strong as before he broke through, but he still did not touch the barrier of the mountain opening stage. It seemed that if he wanted to advance to the mountain opening stage in one go, he would need more accumulation. The spiritual jades in the stone room had completely turned into ashes, and the spiritual vortex had completely subsided. Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Why don't you use the mountain gazing pill to break through in one go? The ghost thing had already stopped studying the myriad amplification formation diagram and asked curiously. Lin Yi had the top-grade mountain gazing pill in his hands. If he had taken it just now, there was actually a high chance that he could break through. I feel that my accumulation is not enough. The time to advance to the mountain opening stage has not arrived yet. Let's talk about it after I cultivate for a while more. Lin Yi smiled slightly, stood up, and moved his body slightly. The feeling of strength made him very happy. The ghost thing did not say much. It was very good that Lin Yi could clearly understand himself. When he felt that the time was right, he would break through, and it would definitely be much stronger than breaking through now. Senior Ghost, how long did I take to break through? Can I go out now? Lin Yi did not continue to cultivate. He also had the intention of leaving this place as soon as possible to meet with the will of heaven. So he immediately asked the ghost thing. It has only been a day. I have already studied this teleportation formation. It seems that there is no way to repair it. We can only start with the formation here. I will tell you how to break it. The ghost thing was itself a formation master, so it was extremely fast in studying the myriad amplification formation diagram. Moreover, it had a clear direction, so it found a way to break the formation within a day. Lin Yi agreed and was ready to cooperate with the ghost thing to break the formation. Suddenly, the ghost thing changed its mind. Lin Yi, I think we should not go out for the time being. Why? Lin Yi asked with some doubts. Then, the ghost thing shared its divine sense with Lin Yi, which made him instantly speechless. The location of this stone room was actually very close to the top of the island. It should have been specially built by Wang Ba to feel the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and to cultivate the creation battle art. The problem was that it was now high tide, and the entire island had sunk into the sea. Through the divine sense of the ghost, he could clearly see that there were dozens of sea beasts surrounding the island. Among them, there was an earth opening stage sea beast and 2 mountain opening stage sea beasts. Although this sea area was still within the range of the middle island, it was definitely not the safe sea area of the middle island. It was not strange at all for these sea beasts to appear, but the strange thing was, why did they gather here? Could it be that they were attracted by the movement when Lin-Yi broke through? In fact, it did not matter if Lin-Yi was cultivating, but the previous breakthrough was a little shocking. The fluctuation of the spiritual qi was so intense that it attracted the nearby sea beasts. Chapter 6081. If there were only these sea beasts in front of him, Lin-Yi was confident that he could escape. Unfortunately, there seemed to be more sea beasts gathering in the distance. If he broke out of the formation now and was delayed for a few breaths, he would be in a very bad situation. Unfortunately, it was not a matter of whether Lin-Yi wanted to go out or not. After the sea beasts swam around the island for a few rounds, they directly attacked the island. This kind of island could be easily destroyed by a few sea beasts of the profound ascension stage. However, with so many sea beasts, including the sea beasts of the mountain opening stage and the earth opening stage attacking at the same time, they could not damage the island immediately. This was because when they attacked, the entire island was covered with a light film of a defensive formation, which temporarily blocked all the attacks. This is the defensive formation that Wang Ba set up in the past. Lin-Yi was surprised and happy. He did not expect that after 10,000 years, that bastard Wang Ba's defensive formation would still work. Moreover, he and the ghost did not notice the existence of this defensive formation before. The concealment formation on the island was indeed deliberately made by Wang Ba to look like it was damaged naturally. Otherwise, no one will be able to find this place at all. This formation can't hold for long. Let's go. The ghost had studied the myriad amplification formation chart, so it naturally knew the weakness of this defensive formation. It might take a lot of time for an earth opening stage sea beast to break this defensive formation. However, with 2 mountain opening stage sea beasts and so many profound ascension stage and nascent soul stage sea beasts, it would only last for about 15 minutes at most. While the defensive formation could still hold, they should immediately leave this place and fly out of the sea with a flying saucer. That would basically guarantee their safety. Senior Ghost, is the will of heaven still here? Lin-Yi also wanted to take this opportunity to leave this place, but before he left, he had to confirm the location of the will of heaven. His divine sense did not have the ghost's help, so there was no way for him to leave this stone room. Naturally, he could not smoothly search for the will of heaven. He's still in the stone room that you teleported out from. He probably thinks that you will return there. The ghost said helplessly. It was not a short distance from here to there, but Lin-Yi had the lightning escape skill. As long as he could leave this formation, it would be very fast. The only problem was that it didn't seem easy to get out of this array formation. Let's find the will of heaven first. We can't leave him here. Once the island's defense formation collapses, he will definitely be buried alive at the bottom of the sea. Lin-Yi made a prompt decision and immediately made the decision to meet up with the will of heaven. The ghost knew that there was no point in objecting, so it stopped talking nonsense and directly taught Lin-Yi how to break out of the formation. At this time, Lin-Yi especially wanted a batch of good array flags, which would be much more convenient to use to break the array. Without suitable array flags, he could only use stupid methods to break the array with the ghost's explanation, which was relatively inefficient. The entire island trembled slightly. It seemed that the defensive formation that Wang Ba had set up could not completely block the attacks of the sea beasts. No one knew who would break the formation faster. The will of heaven also felt that something was wrong. He had already left the stone room and quickly retreated to the way he came. In this way, the time for Lin-Yi to meet up with him would be shorter. After a dozen breaths, the will of heaven returned to the entrance of the island. Because of the restriction, the seawater did not flood in, but he could see the situation outside. There were so many sea beasts, and almost 70% of them were stronger than him. Not to mention that he was under the sea. Even if he was on land, he would not be able to escape from the siege of these sea beasts. Linny, it seems that I can't wait for you to come back. I hope I don't meet you on the way to reincarnation. The will of heaven smiled. He did not care too much about the crisis in front of him. Since ancient times, everyone would die. He just had to kill a few more sea beasts to be his scapegoats. The only thing that the will of heaven regretted was that he could not confirm Lin Yi's safety. If he had not asked for help from Lin Yi would not be in such a situation. Now, the will of heaven only needed to wait for the defensive formation to be broken. He would use all his strength to kill as many sea beasts as he could. As for running away, he did not even think about it. With the strength of the will of heaven, facing sea beasts in the mountain opening stage and the earth opening stage, he would only die faster if he tried to run away. Time passed slowly under the gaze of the will of heaven. Seeing that the defensive formation was on the verge of breaking, he became more focused. He did not notice that a figure had silently appeared behind him. Brother Heaven. Lin Yi reached out and patted the will of heaven's shoulder. However, the latter was so scared that he almost jumped. Lin Yi, you're fine. That's great. The will of heaven almost threw the long-prepared attack behind him. Fortunately, Lin Yi's voice sounded in time. This time he stopped in time. Lin Yi did not think too much about it. Seeing the will of heaven's surprised expression, he was quite touched. If the will of heaven did not wait for him, he would not be trapped here. Brother Heaven, I have made you worry. Let's get ready to leave. Lin Yi smiled and looked up at the sea beasts outside the defensive formation. After a period of time, many sea beasts had joined in. Fortunately, there were no new sea beasts in the earth opening stage. This was good news for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, there are too many sea beasts outside. Don't worry about me. Leave if you can. Don't hesitate. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. The smile on the will of heaven's face disappeared. He looked at Lin Yi and said solemnly. Lin Yi was slightly startled. Then he understood that the will of heaven was worried about dragging him down. However, if it was only an earth opening stage sea beast, there was still a chance to get rid of it. Brother Heaven, don't worry. I am sure that I can leave with you. Lin Yi waved his hand and did not explain. However, his strong self-confidence had infected the will of heaven. In that case, we brothers will fight together. The will of heaven smiled again. He reached out and bumped fists with Lin Yi. However, he had already made up his mind. If the situation was not good, he would stay and buy time for Lin Yi to escape from this island. Speaking of which, the will of heaven did not know that Lin Yi had a flying saucer. He had always thought that after Lin Yi rushed out of the sea with him, they would find a nearby island to stay temporarily. As long as they were not under the sea beasts would not bother them. If it were not for the fact that the defensive formation could not hold up and the tide would need at least an hour, the will of heaven would never let Lin Yi go out and take risks. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand at the will of heaven. From the UFO's monitor screen, many sea beasts could be seen gathering in the same direction. If Lin Yi and the others did not leave in time, they would have to face a new wave of sea beasts. Thinking of what he got from Wang Ba, Lin Yi took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to the will of heaven. Brother Heaven, this is the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art. I've read it, and there's no problem with it. It's a pity that I can only cultivate it to the earth opening stage. If I want to break through to the sea splitting stage, I'll have to continue looking for the follow-up mental cultivation method. The other jade box contains Wang Ba's cultivation experience. Take a look and see if there's any value in it. You found the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art. Tianxing was pleasantly surprised, quickly taking the 2 jade boxes with both hands. He'd thought that he wouldn't be able to find the art this time, and could only come back next time when he had the chance. He didn't think that Lin Yi would take it out right away. Yes, that bastard Wang Ba hid it in another cultivation room. If he didn't want to escape, it wouldn't have been easy to find it. You can take a look at the cultivation experience, but don't take it too seriously. Wang Ba doesn't walk the same path as we do. Lin Yi smiled faintly and briefly mentioned his thoughts. He believed that the will of heaven could understand what he meant. That's right. We cultivate the creation battle art in an upright way, but Wang Ba is more shady. His cultivation experience has no value. The will of heaven confirmed which book was Wang Ba's cultivation experience. He put his palms together and turned the book into powder with a surge of vital qi. To the will of heaven, he had to walk his own path. Wang Ba was not qualified to guide him. Lin Yi was deeply moved by the pride that emanated from the depths of his heart. He believed that with the follow-up mental cultivation method, the will of heaven would be able to improve his strength quickly. Chapter 6083. No, the teleportation circle he set up could only transport one person, so his spirit was torn apart during the teleportation. Lin Yi replied calmly, but he was still a little scared. If it wasn't for the ghost that helped him with the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid in time, he and Wang Ba might have died together. Lin Yi looked at Wang Ba calmly. That's good. If he escapes, he'll be a problem in the future. The will of heaven nodded. He was relieved to know that Wang Ba was dead. Wang Ba was a scheming person. Once he escaped, he would definitely seek revenge on Lin Yi in the future, and it was highly likely that Tian Chan and the others would be involved. As they were talking, they were approaching Middle Island. Lin Yi didn't fly into the central area, but put away the flying saucer at the edge of Middle Island. The will of heaven already knew that it was a flying device Han Jingjing made for Lin Yi. He was amazed at Jingjing's talent and wondered if he should ask her for a flying device when she woke up. It would be more convenient for her to go out in the future. The two of them returned to the Heavenly Dan Pavilion together. In the time that they had left, nothing major had happened on the Middle Island. Everything was calm and peaceful, and Han Jingjing's condition did not show any signs of improving. Tian Xing was anxious to cultivate the creation battle art, so after visiting Han Jingjing, he quickly bid farewell and left. Lin Yi stayed in Han Jingjing's room and frowned. He turned to Tian Chan and asked, "Any reply from the secular world?" "No, and the executives of the Central Chamber of Commerce in Middle Island aren't around these 2 days. I can't even ask them." Tian Chan shook her head helplessly. She didn't know if it was because Min Hui Chun kept asking about the reply, but Kong Ming Ming and the others disappeared. Lin Yi paused. He didn't suspect that the people from the Chamber of Commerce were purposely avoiding him. If Kong Xiaoming could do something like this, then Zhong Pingliang definitely wouldn't. The Chamber of Commerce probably had some new plans, and they were all gathered here. Unfortunately, there was no news from Pingliang, and Lin Yi couldn't make any conclusions. He could only hope that it wasn't related to Nanzhou's plan. Did the people from the Central Chamber of Commerce say when they will come back? Lin Yi asked casually, but he was thinking whether he should leave for the South Continent immediately. Although Shanghai Tianhua didn't set a time limit for Lin Yi to explore the South Continent, it was better to finish this kind of thing as soon as possible. Besides, Lin Yi still had to go to the East Continent with Shanghai Laner, so there was a time limit. Min Hui-chan said they'll be back in 2 days. They shouldn't be going somewhere too far. They're just leaving for a while. If this guy went alone, Lin Yi really didn't dare to expect him to be of any help. However, with how Zili, Min Hui-chun, and the others going together, it should be a lot of help. They were all unfamiliar faces in the southern continent. Fei Yi was a flying spiritual beast that could transform. It was very convenient for them to move. Maybe when Lin Yi went there, they had already collected enough intelligence. Haha, rest assured, boss. With me, Languza, it will definitely be done properly. When Languza heard Lin Yi's promise, he suddenly beamed with joy. He patted his chest hard and promised loudly. In fact, this time, Languza really wanted to do something for Lin Yi. Of course, going to the southern continent to fool around was also one of the purposes. More importantly, Languza could bring 3 followers with him. When the boss was not around, he would be the leader. It would be interesting to go out and show off. Remember, when you go to the southern continent, you must not expose your purpose. Don't act rashly. Don't alert the enemy. Just inquire and collect information secretly. Understand? Lin Yi warned solemnly. These things were not difficult, so he could rest assured if Languza and the others went there. Chapter 6084. Let's go. I'll tell how Zeely and the others. Lin Yi waved his hand and went downstairs with Languza. He summoned How Zeely and the other 2 and repeated what he had just said. How Zeely and the others were secretly happy. This kind of opportunity to work for Lin Yi was quite rare. If they did it well, they might get the antidote directly and get out of the abyss of suffering. Therefore, they were all ready to go through water and tread on fire. Lin Yi laughed in his heart. Languza suddenly proposed to go to the South Island, and these guys were probably one of the people behind it. They should have accidentally heard from Languza that Lin Yi would go to the South Continent to do something, and then instigated Languza to ask for the task. He knew that they wanted to do a few beautiful things and then ask Lin Yi to detoxify, so it was just right for them to solve Lin Yi's dilemma. It was convenient to have powerful subordinates, and he didn't need to do everything by himself. At this moment, Lin Yi was even more determined to train more younger brothers to grow up quickly. After saying goodbye to Lin Yi, Languza and the other 3 left the middle island directly. Before coming to ask Lin Yi, he had already purchased enough food, so he left very quickly. For a moment, the Tiandan Pavilion became deserted again. With Languza and the others going to the South Continent to collect information first, Lin Yi could also stay in the middle island with more peace of mind to look after Han Jingjing and study the formation diagram of thousand amplification. With the guidance of the ghost beside him, his understanding of formation also improved by leaps and bounds. A few days later, the Central Chamber of Commerce finally sent a reply from the secular world. Lin Yi quickly opened it and read it, but he learned that there was no trace of Han Jingjing in the secular world for the time being. Not in the secular world? Where on earth did Jingjing go? Lin Yi frowned and was extremely upset. Tianchan and Sydney looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know how to comfort Lin Yi, so they could only remain silent for the time being. Lin Yi let out a long sigh. 2 days ago, he went to Okuda Prefecture and asked if he could project his primordial spirit in the near future. Unfortunately, Okuda Prefecture told Lin Yi very clearly that it would be impossible for at least half a year. This also made Lin Yi give up the idea of returning to the secular world to find Han Jingjing. Where did Han Jingjing go? Other than herself, no one would be able to guess this question. When she returned to Heaven Island, Han Jingjing's mind was filled with information about the wormhole, so her mind was completely attracted by the wormhole. Unknowingly, she actually arrived in a wonderful space. In this space, everything was full of illusory colors. Han Jingjing herself was a primordial spirit, but in this space, she was further turned into countless tiny particles. There were countless other particles constantly shuttling back and forth around her. Fortunately, there was no intersection or conflict with Han Jingjing. Under Han Jingjing's conscious control, every particle that her primordial spirit turned into seemed to have a trace of its own will. Unlike other particles that were straightforward, Han Jingjing's particles began to wander around, as if exploring a new world. In the beginning, Han Jingjing was still worried that other particle clusters would have some unnecessary collision with her primordial spirit particles, leading to some uncontrollable changes, so she was very careful when moving. But slowly, she discovered that there seemed to be some special connection between all the particle clusters, just like her primordial spirit particles. Although they were scattered, no matter how they moved, they would not leave a certain range. Even if Han Jingjing's primordial spirit particles deliberately passed through other particle clusters, nothing bad happened. Wandering in this wonderful, illusory space, Han Jingjing did not know how much time had passed. Gradually, she became a little tired of the state of particles. When she had this thought, those scattered particles began to quickly gather together, and soon, Han Jingjing's primordial spirit body was restored. What a wonderful place. This should be the wormhole, right? Han Jingjing raised her palm and said to herself with a smile. She never thought that she would appear in a wormhole. After wandering before, Han Jingjing's research on wormholes had a qualitative leap. If her physical body entered a wormhole, she was afraid that it would disintegrate in an instant. Even if it could be reassembled, it would at most be a broken corpse. But in the primordial spirit state, there was no danger. Well, at least for now, there was no danger. It seemed that using the wormhole to travel between Heaven Island and the secular world seemed to be safer than using the primordial spirit projection. However, whether there was a requirement for the strength of the primordial spirit required further research. It's so strange. Why did I suddenly come to a wormhole? Han Jingjing, who had woken up from her research, thought about how she appeared here. After floating around casually, Han Jingjing nodded and said to herself, "It should be like this. When returning to Heaven Island, if I only thought about my main body, I could go back smoothly. But at that time, I was thinking about the wormhole, so I entered the wormhole. Could it be that the way to enter the wormhole with the primordial spirit is to think about the wormhole? That's not right. It should be that only when returning to the state of my main body on Heaven Island can I think about the wormhole. I can't go back. Big Brother Lin, you must be very worried, right? I have to go back as soon as possible." Han Jingjing suddenly stopped in the endless void and slapped her forehead. The problem was, how could she get out of this wormhole? Han Jingjing tried to return to Heaven Island, but unfortunately, no matter how much she thought about her main body, there was no effect. It seems that this method won't work in the wormhole. I can only do this. Han Jingjing snapped her fingers, and the primordial spirit instantly dissipated, turning back into countless particles, forming an almost invisible particle cluster. Time couldn't be felt in the illusory space, and there was no direction at all. But based on the flow of particles around, Han Jingjing judged that the exit of the wormhole must be on the route of the movement of many particles. The only question now was, which direction should she choose? After a moment, Han Jingjing put aside this question and randomly chose a direction to move in. Since this wormhole connected Heaven Island and the secular world, it didn't matter. It was the same no matter which way she went out. Even if she returned to the secular world, it would be very easy to return to Heaven Island. It was just that she didn't know how long it would take to get out this time. Big Brother Lin E, don't worry. Jingjing will be back to find you soon. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.